Chapter 482. Just as Ice Celestial Corey and his party no longer paid attention to Han Shoror's existence and instead focused their attention on dealing with Water Elite Zombie, Han Shoror, who had hidden himself within the stone wall with the help of Metal Elite Zombie's energy, suddenly shot out like a sharp sword. "Watch out, this time," it was Ice Celestial Corey who shouted. The two Magi who had been staying at the cliff at the top of the Ice Goddess statue suddenly sensed an intense bloody aura assaulting their nostrils. The nauseating bloody aura condensed into a bloody mist, enveloping Han Shoror in an instant. Seeing that Ice Celestial Corey had finally recognized the situation after being warned, Han Shoror knew that it was meaningless to continue dodging and playing guerrilla warfare. Even at the risk of getting injured, he had to obstruct them at this critical moment and buy enough time for Water Elite Zombie to absorb the energy. Among this party, the two Magi who were frozen and motionless at the top were the weakest. However, they posed the greatest threat to Han Shoror. Once Han Shoror decided to face them head-on, only these two Magi could succeed in a short time. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, Han Shoror fiercely shot out from within the stone wall and deliberately released an enormous aura to let Ice Celestial Corey know of his plan and temporarily give up on attacking Water Elite Zombie. However, this time, Ice Celestial Corey paid no attention to Han Shoror. After loudly reminding him, he once again charged at the Ice Goddess statue. It seemed that he had awakened from his previous madness and realized that a god-grade existence was much more important than two sacred Magi. This was out of Han Shoror's expectations. As the two Magi hastily retreated in fear and trepidation, Han Shoror decisively gave up on pursuing the two. His body suddenly changed direction in midair, and with a surging killing intent, he transformed into a bloody cloud and shrouded Ice Celestial Corey and his party below. As matters stood, Han Shoror had no choice but to face them head-on. He could no longer dodge and take advantage of the terrain to launch sneak attacks. The moment Corey raised his head and saw the blood cloud descending upon him, he immediately understood that it contained an energy that could destroy everything. His expression changed, and he immediately understood the situation. He fiercely swung his sword at the blood cloud, and shouted, "Ice Blast!" As though it was premeditated, after Ice Celestial Corey uttered the word blizzard, the eyes of the four sacred swordsmen beside Corey flourished with a cold glint. Together with Ice Celestial Corey, they brandished their swords to meet the blood cloud. Including Ice Celestial Corey, a total of 5 fighting auras mixed with the divine energy bestowed by the Ice Goddess suddenly converged at the blood cloud. The 5 powers collided with each other within the blood cloud, and a terrifying ice explosion suddenly occurred within the blood cloud. The ice explosion formed by the 5 powers was extremely ferocious, and it completely covered the blood cloud. Han Shoror had no time to dodge, and he was immediately heavily injured by the ice explosion. Ha ha ha! Corey laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with pride. Ice Blast was a secret technique of the Shrine of Ice. It utilized the divine power bestowed by the Goddess of Ice and mixed it with fighting aura to create a large-scale explosion of solid ice. Once one was enveloped by the Ice Blast, the might of the frightening icicles would increase exponentially, possessing an unstoppable force of impact. After suffering repeated setbacks, Ice Celestial Corey finally used the secret technique of the shrine to recover from his disadvantageous position. One could well imagine how carefree he was. "Filthy necromancer, let's see how you escape this time." Ice Celestial Corey laughed heartily. Together with the 4 sacred swordsmen beside him, he stared fixedly at the gradually dissipating blood cloud. The power of the Ice Blast dissipated the murderous aura of the blood cloud. Han Shoror's body slowly emerged from within the blood cloud. Han Shoror's body was riddled with thousands of holes, as though his body had been pierced by thousands of invisible arrows of various sizes. Holes of various sizes were revealed one after another. There was a large hole in his chest, from which his internal organs could be clearly seen. At this moment, Han Shoror's appearance was even more unsightly than that of a malicious spirit. Not a single piece of undamaged skin could be found on his body. Under the impact of the ice blast, his body was in a state of devastation. He was in an unprecedented sorry state. Without a doubt, Han Shoror had indeed been gravely injured by the ice blast. The ice blast launched by a demigod expert and 4 sacred swordsmen using the secret technique of the Shrine of Ice, had indeed gravely injured Han Shuro. However, when Han Shuro's body was completely revealed, the laughter of Ice Celestial Kori, who had been laughing wildly all along, came to a screeching halt. The complacent expression on his face turned into shock. He looked at Han Shuro, whose appearance was even more unsightly than that of a malicious spirit, with an incredulous expression. Han Shuro's body was riddled with thousands of holes. His internal organs could be seen from the gaping wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out from the wound. What was even more inconceivable to Kori was that the badly mangled flesh on Han Shuro's body was slowly squirming. The gaping wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bizarre. It was unimaginably strange. Anyone who witnessed such a bizarre scene would presumably be as shocked as Ice Celestial Kori and the other 4 swordsmen. They would be equally dumbfounded and at a loss as to what to do. This was an instinctive fear of the unknown. "You, what in the world are you?" Ice Celestial Kori, who had unwittingly developed an intense wariness towards Han Shuro, looked anxiously at Han Shuro, who was standing proudly in midair. His body was riddled with thousands of wounds, yet not a single drop of blood flowed out. His fleshly body was rapidly healing like a monster. Unable to suppress the fear in his heart, Kori cried out in alarm with a somewhat trembling voice. Han Shuro had a bitter smile on his face. He had indeed been gravely injured by the ice blast. However, because the icicles had shot into his body, the extreme coldness temporarily froze his blood for a moment. This allowed Han Shuro, who had an abnormally tough body, to control his injuries in an extremely short period of time. Under the circulation of demonic yuan, the fibers of his skin completely absorbed the blood. Only then, after the icy aura dispersed, did not let a single drop of blood drip out. Utilizing the unimaginably tough and abnormal tenacity of his fleshly body, he rapidly healed his wounds. However, Han Shuro had indeed been injured. And his injuries were not light. The rapid healing process of his body was inconceivably bizarre in Ice Celestial Kori's eyes. The damage to his body was truly enormous. The healing process of his fleshly body required the consumption of an enormous amount of blood and demonic yuan. This would cause Han Shuro to lose a lot of strength in battle. However, because of the bloody holes on his face, Han Shuro, who was grinning bitterly, suddenly revealed a bitter smile on his sinister and frightening face. That was truly an evil smile that would cause one's scalp to go numb. In the eyes of Ice Celestial Kori and his party, it was absolutely terrifying. Kori and his party were frightened out of their wits by Han Shuro's bitter smile. Looking at the inconceivable Han Shuro, at this moment, Ice Celestial Kori and his party could not associate Han Shuro with a human being no matter how hard they tried. Han Shuro clearly sensed the trembling in Ice Celestial Kori's voice. With a thought, he immediately understood why Ice Celestial Kori's voice was trembling. This was all because Kori and his party had never seen any living creature with such frightening regenerative abilities. This was an instinctive fear of the unknown. Especially when Han Shuro's appearance, which was riddled with thousands of holes, was indeed malevolent and frightening, unlike a human being. Coming to his senses, Han Shuro seized the opportunity to rapidly heal the heavy injuries on his fleshly body while laughing wildly. His laughter was filled with ruthlessness and savagery. He even took the opportunity to add the soul-sucking evil power of the Omen Echo to his laughter, which had a wonderful misleading effect on one's mind. Sure enough, under the effect of Han Shuro's soul-sucking evil power of the Omen Echo, the already terrified Ice Celestial Kori became more and more fearful. Looking at Han Shuro's malevolent appearance again, it was as if Han Shuro had turned into a demon that had existed since ancient times. With a casual strike from him, the demon had torn apart its usual disguise, revealing its true evil form to him. "You, which material plane are you from? Our Shrine of Ice is the church of the Ice Goddess. What do you want?" On one hand, it was the effect of the Omen Echo, and on the other hand, it was because they were truly terrified of Han Shuro. One of the 4 sacred swordsmen suddenly cried out in alarm and took a step back. Who are you?" This person's loud cries seemed to have alerted the others. Another sacred swordsman also cried out in alarm. Ice Celestial Kori looked at the heavily injured Han Shuro in fear. He seemed to have suddenly come to a realization, and associated it with Han Shuor's never-before-seen miraculous skills. He was certain that Han Shuor was not an existence that belonged to profound continent. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. His eyes began to flicker as he rapidly thought of a way to escape. We are the emissaries of the Ice Goddess. Don't act recklessly. Finally, under the effects of the Omen Echo and the Omen Echo, in addition to Han Shuor's bizarre performance, Ice Celestial Corey actually started to tremble and babble nonsense. It was at this moment that Water Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted, "Father, I'm done." Han Shuor, who was laughing maniacally, lowered his head to take a look. He discovered that the naked young lady had shriveled into a corpse without any moisture. Her former beauty was nowhere to be seen. The enormous statue of the Ice Goddess also suddenly crumbled under Water Elite Zombie's voice. Like a collapsing mountain, it crashed to the ground from the top of Han Shuor's head. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Han Shuor laughed maniacally. He found it hard to restrain himself from the foolish looks of Ice Celestial Corey and the others. This time, he did not use the Omen Echo. Boom! Metal Elite Zombie popped out of nowhere above Han Shuor's head. The golden cudgel smashed down on the heads of two dumbstruck sacred magi. The two sacred magi, who were similarly petrified by Han Shuor, were turned into meat patties by the golden cudgel. Who cares which material plane he is from? We will fight him to the death. As the Ice Goddess statue crumbled, Ice Celestial Corey once again went berserk. He recklessly charged at Han Shuor. At this moment, the heavily injured Han Shuor did not get entangled with the desperate Ice Celestial Corey. He was still laughing maniacally, entering the rock wall that suddenly split open with Water Elite Zombie, and calmly leaving the Shrine of Ice. Chapter 483. With Metal Elite Zombie leading the way, the tight security of the Shrine of Ice's main peak was practically non-existent. A long and narrow passageway was opened up in the solid rock walls. Han Shuor and Water Elite Zombie followed behind Metal Elite Zombie and rapidly retreated. The Ice Goddess statue was the crux of Project God-making. The Ice Goddess statue, developed by numerous masters in alchemy, pharmaceutics, and smithing, was the foundation of all Ice Celestial Corey's hopes. Its collapse was like a sharp sword ruthlessly stabbing into Corey's heart, causing him unbearable pain. From the feedback Metal Elite Zombie gave to Han Shuor, he understood that all the masters who refined the Ice Goddess statue had been killed by him. Having lost these masters who had spent many years in this field, Ice Celestial Corey's Project God-making could never be restored. Although Han Shuor, who had sustained serious injuries from the ice blast, had successfully intimidated Ice Celestial Corey and the others by using the demonic siren and the fear they had towards him, when Han Shuor saw that Ice Celestial Corey had once again sunk into madness because of the Ice Goddess statue, he knew that Corey would not be easy to deal with in his desperation. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave for the time being. When they were some distance away from the belly of the mountain, Han Shuor turned his head to look at Water Elite Zombie, who had absorbed an enormous amount of energy. When he did so, Han Shuor was suddenly startled. He was delighted by the transformation of Water Elite Zombie. After absorbing the energy of ice and water from the Ice Goddess statue, Water Elite Zombie's originally ordinary appearance had undergone a complete transformation. His thick eyebrows became slender and curved, his nose high and straight. His dry and dull skin became as moist and smooth as water. Even his withered yellow hair shone with a bright luster. The most ordinary Water Elite Zombie, after absorbing that energy, had actually transformed into an elegant and handsome youth. Due to the abundance and transformation of the energy in his body, this handsome youth had a kind of gentle and bewitching temperament, very attractive. Misty water vapor constantly swirled around the Water Elite Zombie. As Han Shuor gazed at it, the Water Elite Zombie gave him a kind of ethereal beauty that didn't seem real. Compared to before, Water Elite Zombie had undergone a complete transformation, be it in appearance or temperament. What astonished Han Shuor the most was that the transformation was still ongoing. Han Shuor understood that the amount of energy absorbed by the Water Elite Zombie was enormous. The digestion process was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, once the water elite zombie completely absorbed and digested the energy, Han Shao believed that the water elite zombie would certainly bring him an even greater surprise. "I'll send you back first. You need to quietly absorb this energy." After sensing the condition of water elite zombie's body, Han Shao softly chanted an incantation and sent water elite zombie back to the netherworld. Not long after the water elite zombie left, Han Shao, with metal elite zombie leading the way, returned to the rock wall at the center of the mountain. Standing at the mouth of the cliff, Han Shao raised his head and gazed at the vast expanse of white ice and snow. He sensed the experts moving at high speed within the belly of the mountain. Han Shao muttered to himself, "Shrine of Ice, my revenge has only just begun." Upon finishing those words, Han Shao also sent Metal Elite Zombie back to the netherworld. His body's injuries did not allow Han Shao to stay any longer. He found an opportune moment and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light and rapidly departing from the snowy region of the Shrine of Ice. In Icicle City, Han Shao settled down in an ordinary small hotel. For the past few days, Han Shao had been staying in his room. The physical injuries he suffered at the Shrine of Ice had been stabilized by Han Shao. The damage to Han Shao's physical body required blood essence and demonic yuan to heal. This healing process was actually not very long and merely consumed Han Shao's blood essence and demonic yuan. Blood essence and demonic yuan needed to be cultivated over a long period of time in order to be improved bit by bit. Once too much was consumed, it would truly affect Han Shao's strength. After a few days of effort, Han Shao's body that was riddled with holes had completely recovered. However, a significant amount of blood essence and demonic yuan had indeed been consumed. After meditating for a few days, Han Shao's demonic yuan had somewhat recovered. However, he could not convert too much blood essence within a short period of time. Seeing that his injuries had stabilized, Han Shao recalled that Gilbert's soul was inside the Demon Slayer Edge. The inside of the Demon Slayer Edge was not a good place. Any soul that entered the Demon Slayer Edge would be corroded by it. Even though Han Shao had specially opened up an area for Gilbert, he still could not allow him to stay inside for too long. Therefore, Han Shao used some of the materials he had in his space ring and spent a few more days refining a thumb ring. A sparkling and translucent thumb ring was taken out by Han Shao from his space ring. The name of this thumb ring was the Soul Depository Finger, and its main use was to store souls. After setting up a soundproof defensive formation in the room and summoning a few wraiths to stand guard outside the door, Han Shao finally took out the Demon Slayer Edge. Holding the Soul Depository Finger in his palm, Han Shao's consciousness slowly entered the Demon Slayer Edge. First, Han Shao immediately sensed the main soul within the Demon Slayer Edge that was currently fusing with the Ball of Destruction. Then, based on his understanding of the interior of the Demon Slayer Edge, he roamed among the enormous souls within the Demon Slayer Edge, searching for the soul that was familiar with Gilbert's aura. When absorbing Gilbert's soul into the Demon Slayer Edge, Han Shao had purposely opened up an area within the Demon Slayer Edge specifically to store Gilbert's soul. After Han Shao's consciousness entered the Demon Slayer Edge, he quickly found that area based on his familiarity with Gilbert. Within the Demon Slayer Edge, there were all kinds of souls, as well as many negative energies. Some were strong, some were weak, but all of them were very corrosive. Even Dark Dragon Gilbert's soul would be corroded by these energies if Han Shao hadn't specially opened up an area for him. He might even fuse with those energies and transform into a powerful force for the Demon Slayer Edge's evolution. As soon as he found Gilbert's soul, Han Shao's mood relaxed. He hastily used his consciousness to wrap Gilbert's soul, preventing him from being affected by the various corrosive energies within the Demon Slayer Edge. Little by little, he brought Gilbert away from the Demon Slayer Edge. Han Shao's consciousness clearly sensed the joy of Gilbert's soul. It seemed that Gilbert had sensed his master's aura within Han Shao's consciousness. That was why he was so obedient, following Han Shao's consciousness and leaving the Demon Slayer Edge without the slightest resistance. A wisp of dim light suddenly drifted out from the hilt of the Demon Slayer Edge. When that wisp of dim light completely left the Demon Slayer Edge, Han Shao made 2 hand seals, one on the Soul Depository Finger, and the other on Gilbert's soul. Suddenly, That wisp of dim light turned into a fine line and fiercely sank into the soul depository finger. The sparkling and translucent ring suddenly flowed with a faint green light. That wisp of fine line constantly twisted and changed within the ring. In an extremely short period of time, a hazy shadow took shape. "Master, is that you, Master?" A voice as soft as a mosquito's came from the ring. Not only could the soul depository finger store souls, under Han Shuor's refinement, it could also transmit the consciousness of the soul. "Gilbert, you bastard. Who told you to be so disobedient?" When Gilbert's familiar voice sounded, Han Shuor's heart was filled with endless emotions. "Master, great master, I'm so happy to be able to see you. This is great, this is really great. Ha ha." When he heard Han Shuor's words, Gilbert immediately shouted incoherently within the soul depository finger. However, because he only existed as a soul, even though his voice was amplified by the ring, it still sounded as soft as a mosquito's. Gilbert's familiar voice immediately made Han Shuor recall the time when he was together with him. Now, Han Shuor's soul was intact, but Gilbert could only possess a soul. If it wasn't for Han Shuor using a special method to store his soul would have slowly disappeared between heaven and earth with the passage of time. "Idiot. All right, shut up." Han Shuor scolded smilingly, but his heart was filled with warmth. Then, seeing that Gilbert had stopped nagging inside the ring, Han Shuor sternly said, "Gilbert, theoretically, you're already dead. Now, I've used a special method to keep your soul." "Master, I understand," Gilbert said faintly after remaining silent for a while. Suddenly, Gilbert thought of something. He saw that the ring was glowing dimly, and the shadow inside was rapidly revolving. Gilbert anxiously asked again, "Oh right, Master, what happened to my grandfather and the dark dragons? Did they manage to escape from the Shrine of Ice's evil hands in the end?" "Don't worry, your grandfather and the dark dragons have escaped from the Jadefrost cage. They should be in the Black Dragon Gorge, Tanai." Besides, Han Shuor knew what Gilbert was worried about. He slowly explained to him what happened after his soul entered the Demon Slayer Edge. "Waha, that's great. Master, kill all the people of the Shrine of Ice for me. Humph, if I wasn't dead, I would definitely make them pay the price. I would kill every single one of them," Dark Dragon Gilbert shouted loudly. "Gilbert, the reason why I placed you inside the soul depository ring and communicated with you is to give you a choice. With your current soul, I have two ways to let you reappear in this world. One is to use necromancy magic to turn you into a bone dragon, and the other is to use demonic arts to refine you into a demon general. I'm going to let you choose for yourself," Han Shuor said. "What's the difference?" Gilbert asked. "If it's a bone dragon, you only have a skeleton, but you're still a dragon. But if it's a demon general, you're no longer a dragon," Han Shuor explained. Which one is a little stronger?" Gilbert asked again. "I think a demon general might be a little stronger," Han Shuor replied. "Then a demon general. I just want to be stronger," Gilbert said resolutely. Chapter 484. Kossi Empire, Siro City. Siro City was the capital of Kossi Empire, with a population of 1 million. It was a famous city on the profound continent. Siro City had beautiful sceneries and represented the unique culture of Kossi Empire. At the same time, it was also a city that revered martial arts. In the center of Siro City, there was a large-scale auction held once every 3 years. Truly rare treasures could be purchased at the auction. Every time it was held, it would attract all sorts of bigwigs. Even wealthy people from neighboring countries would travel thousands of miles to attend. In the past few auctions held in Siro City, not only did all sorts of treasures frequently appear, but divine weapons had even appeared twice. The divine weapon Starry Sky that Phoebe was currently using, obtained from Kelt, had once appeared at the auction. It had changed hands many times before finally falling into Kelt's hands. This was a truly grand event. Apart from the finale auction, there were also all sorts of peculiar items for sale. Those who knew their stuff would often be able to obtain what they needed there. Every large-scale auction was able to attract all sorts of people, and this time was naturally no exception. Even Han Shoror had spent 3,000 gold coins and used unscrupulous methods to travel to Siro City from the magical transportation matrix in Icicle City after hearing about the grand occasion of the auction in Icicle City. Han Shoror, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, needed to purchase materials to refine a new body for Gilbert. On the other hand, he needed to take the opportunity to inquire about the current situation in Lancelot Empire. That was why he had come to Kossi Empire's capital, Siro City. Compared to Siro City, Icicle City was only a small city at the border of Kossi Empire. The Dark Mantle's stronghold had yet to reach this place. If he wanted to obtain accurate information about Lancelot Empire, Han Shoror could only come to an important imperial city like Siro City. When he had just arrived at Siro City yesterday, Han Shoror had contacted members of the Dark Mantle in Siro City and learned about the current situation in Lancelot Empire through their information. Just as little Fatty Jack had said, Brettel City was operating as usual without him. During this period of time, the Brettel City army led by Dorcas and the elite troops dispatched by King Lawrence of Lancelot Empire had officially launched a military campaign against the 7 Grand Duchies. With Dorcas' outstanding talent, once he received the full support of the Empire, he immediately unleashed a terrifying force. In just over a month, under the leadership of Dorcas, this incomparably valiant army had occupied the Bavenden Duchy without the knowledge of the 7 Grand Duchies. Furthermore, with the Bavenden Duchy as their stronghold, they had successfully defeated the hastily allied armies of the Bontun Duchy and the Etman Duchy. Bavenden Duchy was extremely far from Brettel City. Dorcas's attack this time had come without any warning. Bavenden Duchy had never imagined that the Lancelot Empire would give up what was close at hand and attack them first. Caught off guard, they had no way to organize an effective resistance. Within a week, Bavenden Duchy's military forces had been swept away. Grand Duke Alec Ambridge had died in battle. The neighboring duchies, Bontun Duchy and Etman Duchy, immediately joined forces to resist, but suffered a great loss in the first battle. Now, the 2 duchies were defending their city gates while recklessly contacting the other duchies, preparing to join forces to deal with Lancelot Empire's fierce invasion. Of the remaining 4 duchies, Helen's Helen Duchy and Bert Zilli's Boulette Duchy were of one mind with Han Shoror. After Han Shoror had killed Nahum Beige, the Bisley Duchy had fallen into chaos. They had suffered disastrous losses under Bert Zilli's attack and were unable to play any role. Only Benedict Sackville's Narsen Duchy could be considered to have some military strength. However, with Helen and Bert Zilli playing tricks in the dark, Han Shoror was almost certain that Benedict Sackville would not be able to escape misfortune this time. With regards to the attack of the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Shoror was truly at ease after learning of the progress of the situation. With the full support of Lancelot Empire, without the shackles of Old Monster Statholm, as well as the assistance of Helen Duchy and Boulette Duchy, the 7 Grand Duchies would truly be unable to escape this time. Nothing had changed in Brettel City. During Dorcas's war, Brettel City had acted as a supplier of weapons and rations. When Dorcas had won, Brettel City had seized the opportunity to seize the resources and political power of that duchy. While controlling the situation, Brettel City had also seized command of a region. The situation was excellent. This was the moment when Lancelot Empire had begun to soar. While Lancelot Empire was invading freely, the Brut Merchant Alliance was having a headache. As the protector of the Brut Merchant Alliance, the death of Lightning Sacred Magus Reynold had brought immeasurable losses to the Brut Merchant Alliance. What gave the Brut Merchant Alliance even more of a headache were the magical beasts surging out of Tarag Canyon. These magical beasts were wreaking havoc in the surroundings of several cities, destroying and attacking humans everywhere. The Brut Merchant Alliance was a united organization formed by various large merchant guilds. Doing business between various regions and even various countries was the true way for them to obtain huge profits. However, the magical beasts that roamed everywhere forced the various merchant alliances to station themselves in their cities. This brought immeasurable losses to the Brut Merchant Alliance, a nation that mainly relied on commerce. Therefore, even though the Brut Merchant Alliance knew that the Lancelot Empire was invading the 7 Grand Duchies like a raging fire, and was enjoying the fruits of the invasion to its heart's content, they had no time to spare because of the internal chaos. They could only watch helplessly as the Lancelot Empire continued to expand. Only Han Shoror understood that the cruelty that the Brut Merchant Alliance was about to face was not limited to this. Although Tanai's soul race at Tarag Canyon hadn't made any unusual movements during this period, it was very likely because their level 6 tribal king had been injured in the battle with the Saintess of the Church of Light. Once this six-horned tribal king recovered, perhaps the Brut Merchant Alliance would want to cry but have no tears. Standing on the bustling street, Han Shoror discarded the thoughts in his head and continued to search for items suitable for himself among the stalls that were everywhere. One had to admit that this so-called auction was indeed worthy of its reputation. Before the actual auction had even begun, Han Shoror had already found 2 good items from among the various materials in the surroundings. The weeping wood. There were tear-stained patterns on the surface of this wood. By grinding the wood into powder and refining it with several medicinal herbs, it could be made into a medicinal pellet that could calm one's inner demons. The multicolor stone. In the refinement of some magical weapons that required flexibility, the multicolor stone could play a role in making the magical weapon extremely tough. It was also useful for Gilbert's new refinement. Gilbert's bones were mixed with the multicolor stone, which could make his bones even tougher. These 2 items were things that Han Shoror had found this morning. The multicolor stone, in particular, was very useful for Gilbert. If Gilbert had chosen to be reborn as a bone dragon, Han Shoror wouldn't have needed to waste too much energy. He could have directly placed his soul into the netherworld and helped him reconstruct his skeleton from his bones. However, since Gilbert had chosen to become a demon, Han Shoror had spent a lot of energy to refine a new body for him, using his original skeleton as the foundation and mixing in various rare and precious materials. Han Shoror felt guilty towards Gilbert. This time, he had made up his mind to refine a new body to compensate Gilbert. That was why he had come here to collect truly rare materials. He wanted to refine a demonic body for Gilbert that could not only give him strength, but also have unlimited possibilities for evolution. Hey, what is this? Can I have a look? Han Shoror, who was walking on the bustling street, looked left and right, searching for materials suitable for Gilbert. At this moment, he suddenly saw a dull, palm-sized stone. Han Shoror's consciousness sensed a few faint traces of strange energy from it. That was why he opened his mouth and asked. The owner of the stall was an old woman. She was lazily sizing up the stream of people that passed by. When she heard Han Shoror's question, her attention suddenly fell on Han Shoror. With an imposing figure and extraordinary clothing, Han Shoror could tell at a glance that he was extravagant. The space ring on his finger, in particular, was proof of his wealth. Of course, the old woman's face was plastered with a fawning smile as she took out the stone and respectfully handed it to Han Shoror. Grasping the palm-sized stone, Han Shoror's demonic yuan and consciousness entered the stone together. Squinting his eyes to feel it, Han Shoror's eyes brightened. He looked at the old woman with a smile and asked, "Old lady, how much is this stone?" "My grandfather obtained this item by accident. It has been around for many years. Since you want it, then 5 gold coins." The old woman thought for a moment before replying. "Pa." A bag of gold coins was thrown out from Han Shoror's hand. He laughed heartily and said, "Here are 100 gold coins, I'm taking it." Thank you." The old woman was pleasantly surprised. She suddenly grabbed the bag of gold coins tightly and looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she hurriedly put away the bag of gold coins and packed up the stall before leaving. She had no idea what the stone was used for. 5 gold coins was just a random price. 100 gold coins was definitely a huge sum of money for her. She was in such a hurry to leave because she was afraid that Han Shoror would go back on his word. With the yuan storage stone in his hand, Han Shoror was in a very good mood and continued to stroll around aimlessly. Suddenly, Han Shoror's expression froze as he looked in front of him with some astonishment. He saw a young and beautiful girl with a faint smile on her face, looking at a stall with great interest. It was the beautiful girl who had gone through thick and thin with him in the dark forest, Sophie. Chapter 485. A few years ago, in the dark forest, Han Shor teamed up with Sophie and Mosso, the Fire Grand Magus of the Brut Merchant Alliance, to explore the place of extreme fire. Because of Mosso's disloyalty, Han Shor and Sophie worked together and survived the trials and tribulations together. Sophie was originally a citizen of Kossi Empire. Her father, Sulo, was a renowned sacred knight in Kossi Empire. Han Shor had long known this. He did not expect that after so many years, when Han Shor came to Kossi Empire, he would so coincidentally run into Sophie. Back then, when Han Shor and Sophie were separated in the Dark Forest, Sophie had repeatedly reminded Han Shor that if he ever came to Kossi Empire, he must look for her. From a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Han Shor looked at the beautiful Sophie, watching her excitedly picking out some exquisite trinkets. He could not help but laugh. On this long street, all kinds of items were sold, among which there was no lack of truly priceless goods. Unexpectedly, Sophie was not at all interested in those exquisite weapons that were useful for combat, but lingered on the trinket stalls instead. It seemed that it was indeed women's nature to love beauty. These fancy and exquisite trinkets without any practical value were instead a great temptation to Sophie. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. Sophie, who was already beautiful and moving, was like a blooming flower, looking even more beautiful. Looking at this beautiful girl from afar, although Han Shor was happy, he did not go up to meet her. Han Shor had a rather good impression of this beautiful girl. Back in the place of extreme fire, the Fire Grand Magus had tried to frame Han Shor, but was stopped by this kind-hearted girl. On this trip to Kossi Empire, what Han Shor had done at the Shrine of Ice would make him the public enemy of the entire Kossi Empire. Once Han Shor and Sophie crossed paths, it was very likely that it would bring trouble to Sophie. Although Sophie's father, Sulo, was a sacred knight and had great influence in Kossi Empire, he was far from being comparable to the Shrine of Ice. Therefore, Han Shor only took a few glances at Sophie from afar before leaving quietly. He purposely took a detour, then wandered around the bustling streets in search of materials suitable for Dark Dragon Gilbert's body. The yuan storage stone that Han Shor had obtained from the old woman's stall was very useful for cultivators and devil cultivators. As the name suggested, the yuan storage stone could store real essence and devil yuan. It was very useful when refining some special devil weapons. It could increase a magic weapon's tolerance to demonic yuan and increase the speed at which the demonic yuan flowed. When refining Gilbert's body, as long as this yuan storage stone was completely integrated into his bones, it would be greatly beneficial to Gilbert's rapid progress in the future. Exchanging it for a mere 100 gold coins was simply getting a rare treasure for free. It was precisely because Han Shor had managed to find 3 extraordinary items in just one morning's time that Han Shor was rather looking forward to this year's auction in Kossi Empire. Exuberant with energy, Han Shor did not stop. After bypassing Sophie, he continued to search for items that suited him. With the marvelous sensitivity of his consciousness, in addition to Han Shor's outstanding foresight, this time Han Shor had truly reaped a bountiful harvest. In the afternoon, he successively obtained 7 or 8 exotic items that could be integrated into his bones and flesh. It was only when the sky had darkened and the stall owners had packed up and left one after another did Han Shor reluctantly leave the area. Tomorrow was the day the auction would officially begin. Compared to the items on display at those stalls, the auction that would last for 3 consecutive days would be the real highlight. Every item on display at the auction was a certified treasure. Some priceless treasures would also frequently appear. After returning to the small inn he lived in, Han Shor closed the door and laid down a soundproof warning matrix. He then took out the soul depository ring and communicated with Gilbert's soul. For the past few days, Han Shor had been talking nonsense with Gilbert out of habit. Inside the soul depository ring, Gilbert was extremely bored. All day long, he worried whether his new physical body would cause him to lose some of his male functions and desires. Despite Han Shor's persuasion, Gilbert's worries remained unabated. Gilbert's physical body had already been destroyed, leaving only his soul. However, the bad habits of the Dark Dragon race were deeply ingrained in him. It seemed that as long as his soul didn't perish, Dark Dragon Gilbert's temperament wouldn't change too much. "Don't worry, I will search for the rarest and most precious materials. With your original bones as the foundation and the structure of the human body as the standard, I will rebuild a satisfactory body for you. This body will be even stronger than the body of the dark dragon race. Moreover, it will have unlimited possibilities of evolution. The desires and sexual ability that you are worried about will only become stronger. It will never make you a eunuch. Han Shoror, who had a headache because of Gilbert's chatter, had no choice but to promise again. Waha! That's great. Fortunately, I didn't choose a bone dragon. A dragon with only bones doesn't have that organ. Wouldn't I lose a lot of fun? Dark Dragon Gilbert tossed and turned in the soul depository ring, shouting excitedly. All right, behave yourself. Properly comprehend those memories that I gave you. That is a martial technique that can make the soul stronger. You have to spend more energy on it. Gilbert's excitement gave Han Shoror a headache. Han Shoror exhorted helplessly. There were many secret techniques in demonic sects. There were even secret techniques that specifically strengthened and tempered the soul. As long as Dark Dragon Gilbert practiced according to that secret technique, his soul would become stronger and stronger. Once it reached a certain level of strength, he wouldn't need to use the soul depository ring to appear in front of Han Shoror. Moreover, his soul wouldn't dissipate with the passage of time. Some malicious spirits and evil spirits in this world also mastered a certain method under special circumstances. Only then could their soul not dissipate with the passage of time. Moreover, they could slowly strengthen their soul. They could even seize the time of rebirth in the human body and become stronger and stronger. The method that Han Shoror passed to Dark Dragon Gilbert was the method of refining evil spirits in demonic sects. As long as an ordinary soul was willing to painstakingly practice, it could also become a frightening evil spirit, unrestrained by the laws of heaven and earth. Dark Dragon Gilbert's soul was extremely strong. As long as he practiced according to Han Shoror's method, it wouldn't take too much time for him to completely break away from the soul depository ring. Even if his physical body was forged, his soul would still be very useful to him in the future. Master, how do you know so many messy things? I've never even heard of this kind of martial technique that cultivates the soul. How do you know it? After practicing for a few days, Gilbert had already realized the wonders of this method. His soul was becoming more and more tenacious. In the beginning, his soul would lose all strength after talking to Han Shoror for a few minutes. However, after practicing this martial technique for a few days, he could already persevere and talk to Han Shoror for more than an hour. Why do you care so much? Just practice properly for me. After a period of time, when you have a new body, you will know the benefits, scolded Han Shoror. All right. You're so annoying. Gilbert mumbled. Only then did he reluctantly shut up. He quieted down in the soul depository ring and slowly forged his soul according to that method. When Gilbert finally quieted down, Han Shoror also slowly sank into contemplation. During this period of time, Han Shoror didn't continue to practice demonic magic. After reaching the carnal realm, Han Shoror just let nature take its course and didn't deliberately force himself on demonic magic. As for necromancy magic, Han Shoror spent quite a bit of effort. Out of the 3 boundaries of fear, weakness, and aging, Han Shoror had already grasped the 2 boundaries of fear and weakness. In some large-scale battles, these 2 boundaries could greatly weaken the enemy's battle strength and have the effect of reversing the situation. Only the most mysterious and miraculous boundary of aging, Han Shoror really didn't know where to start for the time being. Unable to grasp the knack of it, Han Shoror didn't continue to waste too much energy on this boundary for the time being. Instead, he took the opportunity to grasp the last magic of the necromancy Grand Magus realm, the Grand Disintegration Art. The Grand Disintegration Art was the signature magic of necromancy mags. It was also a magic with extremely high destructive power. As the name implied, the Grand Disintegration Art could disintegrate the enemy's body. In an instant, an expert would die in pieces. This was an extremely frightening magic, but it was precisely because this magic was so frightening that it couldn't be released every time. Even if the Grand Disintegration Art was released, a certain probability was needed to achieve that kind of power. Even necromancy mags who were extremely proficient in this magic only had a chance of success once after releasing 5 grand disintegration arts in a row. For necromancy mags who didn't particularly understand the essence of necromancy magic, the probability was even lower. Some people could only succeed once out of 10 times. The power of the grand disintegration art also varied. The more powerful ones could instantly kill someone, while the weaker ones could only leave behind scars on the enemy's body. Han Shoror had only truly grasped this magic 2 days ago when he was recuperating from his injuries. However, he wasn't particularly proficient at it yet. Now that Gilbert had stopped being long-winded, Han Shoror continued to focus on this signature magic of necromancy mags. He also thought about when to test the power of this magic on a living person. Unknowingly, a night had passed. As soon as the sun rose, loud chatter could be heard from the outside of the hotel. Today was the day the finale auction would begin. Han Shoror had already stopped his research and rushed to the location of the auction. He wanted to see if there would be a greater harvest today. Chapter 486. Today, Han Shoror first lingered around the dazzling array of stalls. Han Shoror's luck was indeed pretty good. After a short while, he managed to find 2 pieces of limestone. As the sun gradually rose into the sky, the number of nobles dressed in luxurious clothing, riding tall horses, or sitting in carriages gradually increased. They did not linger on the bustling streets, but headed straight for the auction venue. Due to the appearance of these people, the originally crowded streets were cleared by a brigade of knights dispatched by Kossi Empire's city defense army. On the profound continent, nobles had always enjoyed special privileges. Those who could attend the auction venue were either rich or respectable. Kossi Empire naturally gave special treatment to such people. Some commoners, down-and-out swordsmen, small wealthy merchants, and distressed mags who lingered around the stalls on both sides of the street enviously watched these people walk towards the auction venue with their heads held high and chest puffed out under the escort of knights. They discussed in low voices and took the initiative to make way for them, lest they were asking for trouble by blocking their way. One after another, luxurious carriages arrogantly passed by. The carriages were decorated with exquisite patterns and emblems that symbolized their status. There were too many people on the street. In order to make way for these nobles, everyone had no choice but to squeeze together. As a result, stumbling was unavoidable, and all kinds of noises became even more chaotic. Han Shoror was among these people. At this moment, he could not help but crease his brows. The crowded crowd blocked Han Shoror, making it impossible for him to move around unhurriedly. In a place like this, in order not to startle the world, Han Shoror could not fly around randomly, nor could he use brute force to push people to the side. Therefore, he could not stroll around unhurriedly. Fortunately, Han Shoror was tall and broad. Standing in such a crowd, he naturally stood out. When Han Shoror creased his brows and inadvertently revealed his imposing manner, unless the people around him were squeezed to the point where they had no place to stand, they would generally not approach Han Shoror. "Hey! Miss Sophie, it's Miss Sophie." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. "No way, I saw that beautiful young lady here the day before yesterday. She even bought a pendant from my stall and pestered me for half a day for 2 gold coins. How do you know it's Miss Sophie? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" a stall owner exclaimed in disbelief. "Idiot, riding a pure white Pegasus and such a beautiful young lady, who else could it be other than Miss Sophie? Ha, you must have been mistaken a few days ago. How could Miss Sophie waste half a day with you just for 2 gold coins? The first person said disdainfully. Discussions about Sophie rose and fell, and many of them inadvertently fell into Han Shoror's ears. From the discussions of those around him, Han Shoror discovered that Sophie actually possessed a great reputation in Kossi Empire, and this reputation was not entirely due to her father, a sacred knight, Sulo. The young Sophie was already a sky rider, only a step away from her paladin father, Sulo. On top of that, Sophie was also a summoner, and her own strength was unfathomable. In addition to her extraordinary talent, Sophie's most attractive qualities are her kindness and approachability. There are many legends about Sophie helping poor people and her approachability. In the hearts of the people of Kossi Empire, The kind and pure Sophie was simply a perfect young lady. Especially in the hearts of some youngsters, Sophie was fully deserving of being a goddess. Amidst the clamor, Han Shoror passively accepted many positive rumors about Sophie. Han Shoror, who already had a good impression of Sophie, felt rather moved as he watched Sophie slowly approach on her pure white Pegasus. Yesterday, on the crowded streets, Han Shoror had already seen Sophie. But compared to the way she was today, Han Shoror preferred her approachability from yesterday. Riding on a Pegasus, Sophie wore a faint smile on her face. But when she thought of the person in the carriage beside her, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, even complaining about her father's inexplicable behavior. In the carriage that came abreast of Sophie, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a handsome young face. This youth, who was infatuated with Sophie, did not conceal the scorching light in his eyes. Although he did not say a word, anyone could see the intense desire to possess her in his eyes. Feifei, the reason I came to the auction this time is to find a treasure worthy of you, the youth who was infatuated with Sophie said in a mushy tone as he leaned on the carriage and looked at Sophie with a smile. Sophie squeezed out a smile and said, "No, no need. You know, I have no interest in those things." "How can that be? My house of Pillen is the legitimate line of the royal family. Your father has already agreed to our marriage. As the wife of Bra Q, you will be the most beautiful, the most graceful and the most luxurious woman. You must have a treasure that can match you," Bra Q said decisively. Brack's words really gave Sophie a headache. Bra Q was the nephew of His Majesty the King, Brad Pillen, and the son of Prince Bradley Pillen. In Kossi Empire, the Pillen royal family was the true ruler. For such a family, her father, Sulo, to take the liberty of agreeing to this marriage without her consent, Sophie really didn't know what to do. As the son of Prince Bradley Pillen, Bra Q could be considered a clean and honest character among the nobles of Kossi Empire. For many years, there hadn't been too many negative rumors about him. The eloquent Bra Q was a rising star in the political circles of Kossi Empire. Riding on the coattails of the House of Pillen, he rose through the ranks and became a prominent figure in Kossi Empire. Sulo had agreed to this marriage. Whether Sophie was willing or not, in this patriarchal world, Sophie was already Brack's fiancée. Sophie's etiquette education from a young age prevented her from doing anything that would be beneath her status in a formal setting. This time, when she came together with Bra Q in public, it was only because she was unable to dissuade her father that she reluctantly agreed. As she listened to Brack's incessant ramblings about the future, Sophie's heart grew heavier and heavier. As a sky rider with extraordinary strength, Sophie really didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Bra Q, a nobleman who was neither good at magic nor martial arts, but was only infatuated with power. If it wasn't for the fact that Brack's family was too powerful, if it wasn't for her father's coercion, Sophie would have long continued to wander around the stalls on the bustling streets. Why would she become Brack's foil and accompany him to some auction house where celebrities gathered? Incomparably vexed, Sophie simply ignored Brack's incessant ramblings beside her. Sitting on her Pegasus, she wore a tranquil and faint smile as she aimlessly swept her eyes across the crowded crowd. She placed her attention on other things to lessen the detestable chatter in her ears. Suddenly, an imposing figure entered Sophie's eyes. Among the crowd that was only 1.7 meters tall, Han Shoror with a height of 1.9 meters and a majestic physique stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Moreover, amidst the unbearably crowded crowd, that crane in a flock of chickens appeared rather spacious. This attracted even more attention from others. In the beginning, Sophie only took a casual glance. From her angle, she could only see Han Shoror's side profile. However, half of Han Shoror's chiseled cheeks gave Sophie a sense of familiarity. When Sophie's curiosity was piqued and she carefully observed Han Shoror, this sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger. As the Pegasus slowly advanced, Sophie's angle of view on Han Shoror gradually changed. By the time Sophie was able to take in half of Han Shoror's face, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim in surprise. Her bright eyes were filled with disbelief and pleasant surprise. It was at this moment that Han Shoror, who was looking around using his consciousness to search for suitable items, suddenly sensed a gaze that was fixed on him. Han Shor creased his brows and unintentionally looked in the direction of the gaze. Immediately, he saw Sophie's pleasantly surprised eyes and pretty demeanor. With a sudden start, only then did Han Shor react. He recalled how special his height would be among such a group of people. In order to not bring trouble to Sophie, Han Shor gave up on searching for materials to refine Gilbert in this area. He hastily turned around and squeezed his way out of the crowd. Han Shor exerted force with his shoulders. All the passers-by close to him were knocked to the ground one after another. For a moment, curses rang out one after another. However, when they saw that majestic silhouette, each and every one of them hastily shut their mouths. Sophie, who was riding on a Pegasus in the distance, immediately cried out in surprise when she saw Han Shor leaving in a hurry. Her slender, lily-white hand lightly patted the spotlessly white Pegasus beneath her, then pointed in the direction Han Shor had left. The spotlessly white Pegasus, which had deliberately lowered its altitude, sensed its master's surprise and anxiety. It immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, searching for Han Shor above the crowd. "Hey, Miss Sophie, what's going on?" a middle-aged knight in front of Braque suddenly exclaimed. Braque, who had been gazing at Sophie, suddenly realized that his target was getting further and further away from him. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Raising his head to look at Sophie, who had spread her wings and left, he shouted, "Where are you going? What's the matter with you?" "I'm sorry, Braque. I suddenly ran into a friend I haven't seen for many years." Sophie flew into the sky on her Pegasus. She smiled apologetically at Braque, then once again patted the Pegasus' neck. Whoosh! Under Sophie's command, the Pegasus, which had already identified its direction, fiercely chased after the rapidly disappearing Han Shor. Chapter 487. That was why he was unwilling to bring her unnecessary trouble. Han Shor was well aware of the status of the Shrine of Ice in Kossi Empire. Even if Sophie had a sacred Knight father, once she got involved with him, she would not come to a good end. The only thing that caught Han Shor by surprise was Sophie's pursuit of him in public. Seeing Sophie gliding over on a Pegasus, Han Shor did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Oh, it's Miss Sophie. People always liked a lively scene." One after another, they raised their heads to look at the beautiful Sophie riding a Pegasus overhead. They could not help but shout. With that, looking in the direction Sophie flew, Han Shor's rapidly disappearing silhouette immediately attracted the attention of many. The pleasantly surprised expression on Sophie's face made people understand that Han Shor's escape was not because he had done something bad. The scene of the extraordinarily handsome Han Shor forcing a smile as he fled from Sophie's pleasantly surprised pursuit was indeed able to give rise to many wild and fanciful thoughts. As a result, everyone's thoughts went astray. Could it be that this man was the true object of the beautiful Miss Sophie's affection? For a moment, the crowd watching the chase and the escape had such thoughts in their minds. Looking at the prince's son, Braque, who was making a fuss over there, the commoners began to rejoice in his misfortune. They winked at each other and discussed in low voices without the slightest scruple. "Ha, interesting. It seems that Miss Sophie has long had someone in mind." Yeah. "It seems that Braque is delusional. I've long heard that it was his wishful thinking. He used his father's influence to get old Sulo to agree. Now it seems that's indeed the case. Well, only an amiable and approachable person like Miss Sophie is a true nobleman. Although Braque's family is wealthy, they pursue fame and fortune too much. I'm afraid they are not worthy of Miss Sophie." On the noisy street, such conversations could be heard from time to time amidst the crowd. Pairs of disdainful and gloating gazes, either directly or implicitly, were cast on Braque's luxurious carriage, as though mocking Braque's uselessness. Damn it! What's the background of that brat? How could someone as distinguished as Sophie know such a lowly commoner who mingles among the commoners? Inside the carriage, Braque could see Han Shor's back from a distance. He accidentally overheard some remarks that infuriated him. His heart was filled with rage. "Young master, I've never seen or heard of that kid. I think it's just an excuse of Miss Sophie. She just wants to avoid you, young master." She doesn't want to go to the auction with you, so she did it on purpose. The knight beside the carriage whispered. Suddenly, an exclamation came from afar, he's flying, so fast. Bra stared blankly into the distance. Han Shoror's stalwart body abruptly broke through the air, turning into a thin line as he rapidly flew into the distance. Behind Han Shoror, Sophie, who was riding on a pure white Pegasus, was in hot pursuit. Her figure gradually became a white dot, until she completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Amazing, he must be a respected magister, maybe even a grand magister. No wonder Miss Sophie is always chasing after him. Only such a young and extraordinary genius magician is worthy of Miss Sophie. Yeah, he's really a guy who hides his abilities. Yes, he's just like Miss Sophie, definitely an amiable and approachable nobleman. He even bought a stone from me just now. Only such a character is worthy of Miss Sophie. Thuram, find out who this person is. Bra, who was in the carriage, was originally only somewhat angry. It was only when Han Shoror broke through the air and left that Bra became truly angry. He immediately ordered the knight beside him in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Thuram was well aware of what a character who could fly meant. Now that such a character who could threaten Bra had appeared, he, as a servant, naturally knew what he should do. Han Shoror, who had used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to quickly leave this area, laughed bitterly in his heart. He really did not want Sophie to provoke him. Otherwise, not only Sophie, but even her family might perish because of him. Who knew that this woman was really somewhat difficult to deal with. She clearly saw that he was deliberately avoiding her, yet she actually took the initiative to chase after him. This was really out of Han Shoror's expectations. With one in front and one behind, the two very quickly arrived at a relatively remote and quiet street. Seeing that there was no one around, Han Shoror was about to exert his demonic arts to the extreme to shake Sophie off when he suddenly heard a light shout while panting heavily, "Han, stop right there." Han Shoror was stunned. Seeing that he could not shake Sophie off, in order to let her understand the situation, he looked left and right, and shuttled through this remote street at a moderate speed. After a short while, he brought Sophie, who had been chasing after him, to a spacious and quiet square. Standing on a stone step in the square, Han Shoror finally stopped. He turned his head and smiled bitterly at Sophie, who had been chasing after him, saying, "Long time no see. Why are you hiding from me?" Sophie's Pegasus landed gracefully. She looked at Han Shoror in bewilderment, her face full of doubt and her tone somewhat indignant. "That's because I don't want to bring you trouble. You've been living a good life in Kossi Empire. Once you get involved with me, you and your family will suffer a calamity," Han Shoror said in a solemn voice, fearing that Sophie would persevere in her pursuit. Sophie was truly taken aback when she heard those words. Her pretty face immediately changed. She first looked around, and only when she saw that there was no one around did she carefully guess in a low voice, "Did you do something bad?" Nodding, Han Shoror frankly admitted, "That's right, I did something very bad." "Tell me about it. My father has some influence in Kossi Empire. Perhaps I can help you." Sophie was rather kind-hearted. Not only did she not leave immediately, she was thinking about how she could help Han Shoror. "Forget it, your father can't help me anyway." Han Shoror flatly refused. Then, he looked at Sophie with a straight face and said, "I will be staying in Kossi Empire for some time. Don't have any contact with me. Just pretend you don't know me." "How can I do that?" Sophie refused to comply. She said in a very loyal manner, "Back in the dark forest, you once saved my life. No matter what, we are still friends. Now that you are in trouble, how can I pretend not to know? Besides, I promised you back then that if you come to Kossi Empire, I will certainly treat you well. I am not in any trouble. You will only be in trouble if you know." The more Sophie said so, the more Han Shoror could not let her get into big trouble, so he hastily explained. Who knew that this woman Sophie was really persistent? After hearing what Han Shoror said, she said in all seriousness, "What trouble will I be in? Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. It's rare for you to come to Kossi Empire. No matter what, as your master, I have to thank you for saving my life. Miss, the one I offended is the Shrine of Ice. Can you bear the responsibility? Seeing Sophie so insistent, Hanshaw had no choice but to mention the Shrine of Ice. As expected, when the words Shrine of Ice came out, Sophie was indeed frightened. Sophie looked at Hanshaw in shock. After staring blankly for a while, she cautiously asked, Han, what's going on? How did you offend the shrine? I know you are a citizen of Lancelot Empire, but I don't know much about you. How did you get entangled with the shrine? After hearing Sophie's words, Hanshaw realized that Sophie probably did not know his true identity. Back in the dark forest, Hanshaw had casually mentioned the name Brian Han. As Sophie had never heard of this name, she thought that Hanshaw had given a fake name and did not pay much attention to it. She probably did not associate the city lord of Brettel City of Lancelot Empire with Hanshaw. Don't worry about how I offended them. In any case, the Shrine of Ice won't let me off. You better not have anything to do with me, Hanshaw replied. However, as long as the shrine can't find you, there won't be any problem. Isn't that right? To Hanshaw's surprise, Sophie smiled craftily and took out 2 brown round fruits from her space ring. She handed one to Hanshaw and confidently explained, "This is a gift from a friend of mine. As long as you rub it and apply it to your face, you can change the shape of your face and skin color. No one will be able to tell." As she spoke, Sophie showed the fruit to Hanshaw. She slowly rubbed the fruit in her hands. When it had turned into a sticky substance, Sophie pointed at her own pretty face and slowly smeared the sticky substance on her face. Then, she began to rub the corners of her cheeks in front of Hanshaw. It seemed that this was definitely not Sophie's first time doing this. Without using any mirrors, she relied purely on practice. In just a short while, her appearance had undergone a tremendous transformation. Sophie's fair skin had turned the color of wheat. The contours of her cheeks had also changed. From a pretty girl, she had turned into an ordinary girl. Even the skin of her neck and hands had changed. Some pharmacists had exceptional control over their medicines. In fact, Hanshaw also had this kind of medicine called the transfiguration fruit. Back then, it was Cecilia who gifted it to Hanshaw. On this trip to Kossi Empire, Hanshaw did not use the transfiguration fruit because he was not afraid of being exposed. "Ha, isn't it magical? You definitely can't recognize me now," Sophie, who had changed her face, exclaimed proudly. She then walked to Hanshaw, took out a small mirror and faced it at Hanshaw. She smiled and said, "Hurry up, as long as you use the fruit to change your appearance, no one will recognize you. The Shrine of Ice won't be able to find you, and naturally, they won't be able to implicate me." Even the ingredients had been prepared. Hanshaw really could not find a reason to refuse. He had no choice but to rub the transfiguration fruit with a bitter smile. When the medicine dissolved into a sticky substance, he slowly smeared it on his face according to Sophie's instructions. However, Hanshaw was clearly not an expert at this. The stretching of his muscles would often make his face look sinister and ferocious. Sophie watched as Hanshaw still could not adjust his appearance to her satisfaction. Seeing that the effects of the medicine were about to wear off with time, she hesitated for a moment before saying bashfully, "Let me help you." Without waiting for Hanshaw to agree, Sophie suddenly extended her slender jade-like hands and abruptly placed them on Hanshaw's cheeks. Based on her familiarity and understanding of the transfiguration fruit, Sophie began to change Hanshaw's chiseled cheeks little by little. Although the skin color of Sophie's hands had changed, when they landed on Hanshaw's cheeks, they were still warm and smooth. Especially when Sophie was still using her palms to rub, as if she was flirting with a lover, it gave Hanshaw a strange feeling. Sophie was obviously a bit embarrassed as well. Although the blush on her face couldn't be seen due to the change in her skin tone, Hanshaw caught a glimpse of her bashfulness from her eyes. "All right, what do you think?" Just as Hanshaw was letting his imagination run wild, Sophie suddenly stopped and proudly took credit. In the mirror in Sophie's hands, a face that Hanshaw was unfamiliar with appeared. This person had a round chin and thick cheeks, a face that only a fat person should have. Looking at the face in the mirror, Hanshaw could not help but think of little fatty Jack. "Hey, I really don't look like much. Han Shao looked at the face in the mirror and answered honestly with a wry smile. The fat face in the mirror smiled, simple and honest. No matter how you looked at it, it looked honest. This made Han Shao think of little fatty Jack. Because of this, Han Shao's wry smile became even more pronounced. Let me tell you, only fat people don't attract attention. Hehe, really, there are fat people all over the streets, no one would think of your original appearance. Sophie explained very professionally, and then added with a smile, also, the corners of your face are too prominent and not easy to disguise. This is the only way to cover up the corners with fat. Ha, I didn't think that you would be so cute after becoming fat. Hee. Seeing Sophie's giggling face, Han Shao felt that Sophie was purposely making him look fatter, as if she'd be happier if he was uglier. Up to you, I'll do whatever you say. Han Shao did not know whether to laugh or cry as he said helplessly. Here, stuff this into your stomach. Sophie took out a small pillow from her space ring and handed it to Han Shao with a smile. She explained, a fat person has to have a big belly, or else he wouldn't be called a fat person. As she spoke, a trace of a sly smile flashed through Sophie's eyes, which Han Shao just happened to catch. With this, Han Shao could be sure that Sophie had indeed done it on purpose. However, because Han Shao knew that Sophie did not have any ill intentions, and his face was already fat anyway, he did not say anything. He took the small pillow from Sophie and stuffed it into his clothes, forming a slightly protruding belly just like that. Ha, not bad at all. Look. Seeing that Han Shao's belly was protruding, Sophie laughed with obvious malice. She held a mirror in her hand and looked at Han Shao's belly, even smugly patting Han Shao's belly. She laughed as she said, I'll forgive you now. Let's see if you still dare to run away as soon as you see me like I'm the plague. It was only now that Han Shao understood why Sophie had done this. It turned out that this was all revenge for Han Shao's dodging earlier. It looked like women were indeed very vengeful. Even a kind-hearted woman like Sophie was no exception. She had used this kind of prank to punish Han Shao. As expected, one should not offend women, and beautiful and kind-hearted women were no exception. Han Shao smiled wryly as he lamented. All right, as long as you change your clothes and deliberately hunch your back, absolutely no one will be able to recognize you. Sophie stopped laughing and looked at Han Shao with satisfaction as she gave a suggestion to make her work even more perfect. Han Shao reluctantly took out a new jacket. He had originally planned to have Sophie avoid his body, but when he remembered her prank earlier, Han Shao had a bad heart. He pretended as if nothing had happened and took off the original jacket in front of Sophie. Han Shao's upper body was only covered in a sturdy warrior's robe. As soon as this outer robe was taken off, his majestic naked body was immediately revealed. His perfect physique had an aura as sharp as a blade's edge, and was filled with the unique charm of a man. Sophie was stunned as she stared blankly at Han Shao's majestic naked body. Her eyes were filled with amazement and a trace of intoxication. She had probably never seen such a perfect physique before, and couldn't even react for a moment. Suddenly, Sophie came to her senses and hastily turned around with a pale face. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "Bastard, how can you act like this in front of me? You're infuriating." Seeing Sophie so flustered, Han Shao suddenly felt incomparably carefree in his heart. The bad luck from before had all been washed away. He chuckled and said, "Heh, I'm not even afraid of being taken advantage of, so what are you afraid of? You bastard. I knew you weren't a good person before, and now it looks like it was indeed so." Sophie angrily rebuked Han Shao, and then muttered to herself in a low voice, "This guy's physique is really good." When he heard Sophie's words, Han Shao suddenly recalled the time the two had spent together in the dark forest. His heart couldn't help but flutter. "Tempage, are you done changing? If you're done, then quickly go back." Sophie's back was facing Han Shao as she asked hatefully, "I'm done, where are we going?" Han Shao was surprised. Turning around, Sophie said matter-of-factly, "The auction, of course. What place in Kossi Empire could be more lively than the auction today?" "All right." Han Shao thought to himself that this was exactly what he wanted and readily agreed. Chapter 488. The two had only left for a short while. By the time they returned to the auction house, they had turned into two different people. One was a tall and well-built fatty, and the other was a plain-looking girl from the countryside. They looked very ordinary in the bustling streets. No one would have thought that they were the ones who had attracted everyone's attention. With the help of the city defense army, nobles from various cities of Kossi Empire, and even from other countries, entered the auction center in succession. When Sophie arrived, she did not enter the auction house as Han Shoror had expected. Instead, she dragged Han Shoror along and lingered around the small stalls, excitedly buying some gaudy ornaments that had no practical value. "This thing is worth 3 gold coins at most," Sophie said to the stall owner with a crystal button in her hand. "Miss, you are a beautiful crystal from the southern part of Brut Merchant Alliance. You won't be able to buy it anywhere for less than 5 gold coins." The stall owner was a skinny middle-aged man. He had a sincere expression on his face as he said in all seriousness, "Hee, this kind of crystal can be found everywhere. Look, the color isn't particularly bright, and the workmanship of the button is so crude. You actually dare to say that this is a blue dream crystal from the southern part of Brut Merchant Alliance? Ha, you really dare to talk nonsense. Here, look, the broken crystal on my chain is a blue dream crystal. Look carefully and see if there's any difference in the luster." Sophie took out a crystal necklace from her pocket and waved it in front of the stall owner, indicating that he could see the real blue dream crystal. Normally, no one wearing a space ring would appear in a place like this. Therefore, when they entered, not only did Sophie put away her own space ring, she also told Han Shoror to put his space ring away as well. This way, the two of them would not be able to find anything different from ordinary people on them. Seeing that he could not fool Sophie, the stall owner's face darkened. He said, "How about this, 4 gold coins? Take it if you want it, or forget it if you don't. 3 gold coins. Only 3 gold coins. The workmanship of your button is crude, it's only worth this price. Look, where the button and the crystal are embedded, there's a very fine scratch here, and here." Sophie was like an expert, going on and on about the flaws of the crystal button. Han Shoror stared at Sophie, dumbfounded. Listening to her unceremonious belittling of the crystal button for the sake of a gold coin, he really didn't know what she was doing this for. Finally, under Sophie's continuous bombardment, the stall owner took the initiative to admit defeat. He handed the crystal button to Sophie with a bitter smile and said, 3 gold coins, take it. Since what you said is completely useless, why do you still want to buy it? Ah, its shape is kind of beautiful. Sophie said something nice for the first time. She happily fastened the crystal button to the corner of her shirt, smiled at Han Shoror, and asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" "It's all right," Han Shoror replied. After a pause, he added, "It matches your current appearance very well. Apart from the rather unique shape, there really wasn't anything special about this kind of fake jewel of poor quality and crude workmanship." However, Sophie's current appearance was also very mediocre. Paired with this ordinary and crude jewelry, it actually brought out the best in each other. Sophie obviously understood the meaning of Han Shoror's last sentence. She rolled her eyes at Han Shoror and lightly snorted, "Boss, ask him for money. Chumph, who asked you to deliberately make sarcastic remarks about me?" 3 gold coins was really nothing to Han Shoror. It was just that Sophie's attitude made Han Shoror feel both amused and infuriated. He casually took out 3 gold coins and handed it to the stall owner. Han Shoror followed behind Sophie and asked, "It's just a few gold coins. With your wealth, there's no need to waste time haggling, right?" Sophie was a sky rider, and her father, Sulo, was a famous sacred knight in Kossi Empire. No matter how one looked at it, Sophie definitely wasn't someone who lacked money. For such a person to argue endlessly with a vendor over a few gold coins really baffled Han Shoror. "What do you know? It's only at times like this that I can feel like an ordinary person." Sophie shot a glance at Han Shoror and said meaningfully. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. He thought for a moment, then looked at the annoyance that flashed in Sophie's eyes. He immediately understood what Sophie meant. As the daughter of Sacred Knight Sulo, Sophie should have been treated like the apple of his eye since birth. It was likely that everyone treated Sophie as a little princess since she was young. Money and treasures, as long as Sophie liked it, it would be a piece of cake for her to have it. It was precisely because of this that Sophie had never experienced the life of an ordinary person. That was why she wasn't interested in auctions where celebrities gathered, but lingered at the stalls of these small merchants and peddlers. Han Shoror had lived in an ordinary family in his previous world. After his soul transmigrated to Profound Continent, his birth was even more humble. He had long gotten used to this kind of life, and therefore wouldn't be that passionate about such things. Unless it was some special item, Han Shoror really wouldn't be able to enjoy much pleasure in such places. "Oh, right, why are you here?" Sophie suddenly recalled this question after walking for some distance. Soon after, Sophie looked at Han Shoror with some pleasant surprise and said, "You also like to seek pleasure in places like this, don't you?" "Ha, I should have guessed it long ago. From your clothes and space ring, I can tell that you come from a good background. It seems that we are bosom buddies." Looking at Sophie's self-righteous understanding, Han Shoror smiled and shook his head. He calmly said, "I'm not born into a good family like you. I've suffered all kinds of hardships when I was young. The reason I come to places like this is because those who know what's good for them can definitely find good stuff." "That can't be true. What kind of good stuff can there be in a place like this?" Sophie obviously didn't quite believe it. She came to places like this purely to seek pleasure. Deep down, she didn't think that there was anything truly valuable in this place. "You don't believe me?" Han Shoror looked at Sophie smilingly, as though he wanted to prove it to her. "I don't believe you." Sophie became even more resolute when she saw Han Shoror's attitude. "Follow me." Han Shoror beckoned at Sophie with his finger, turned around, and walked towards another area. It seemed that he really intended to prove it to Sophie. Sophie really didn't believe him. She hurriedly followed Han Shoror, thinking, "I'll see what you can do." After squeezing through the endless stream of people for 70 to 80 meters, Han Shoror stopped in front of an inconspicuous stall. He casually picked up an ordinary gray stone and smiled at the stall owner. "Boss, how much is this stone?" "Oh, 5 gold coins. If you really want to buy it, I can make it a little cheaper," the stall owner casually replied. 5 gold coins it is. Han Shoror didn't have Sophie's special hobby. He casually took out 5 gold coins from the space ring in his pocket and handed it to the stall owner. This time, Sophie didn't argue about the price because she had some doubts. Seeing that Han Shoror had left the stall, she hurriedly chased after him. This place was secluded to begin with. Han Shoror walked a few steps and arrived at a very remote corner, waiting for Sophie. Looking at the grey stone in Han Shoror's hand, Sophie said in surprise, "This is the good thing you were talking about. Any mine would be filled with this kind of grey stone. I can't see any value in it." Shaking his head with a smile, Han Shoror said, "Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Give me your weapon." Sophie didn't understand, but she still did as Han Shoror said. She took out a long sword from her space ring and handed it to Han Shoror. One look at the exquisite long sword and it was obvious that it was priceless. Han Shoror touched the scabbard, feeling the smooth and warm gemstones embedded on it. He smiled at Sophie and said, "You are indeed a rich person. No wonder you want to pretend to be a poor person and have some special fun. Don't be so talkative. I want to see how you will prove that this stone is a good thing." Sophie crossed her arms in front of her chest and chuckled as she waited for Han Shoror's proof. Han Shoror smiled and didn't say anything else. He pulled out her long sword from the scabbard in front of Sophie and flicked the tip of the sword with his finger. Dang! The long sword let out a crisp sound. Under Sophie's attentive gaze, the grey stone in Han Shoror's palm turned into a layer of grey powder under the force of his 5 fingers. This powder fell evenly on the edge of Sophie's long sword, lightly sprinkling back and forth until the grey stone turned into fine powder. Then, a ball of demonic flame rose from Han Shoror's palm. Sophie was startled. She looked at the flame in Han Shoror's palm in shock and said, "You also practiced fire magic?" "That's not right. There's no fire element. What's going on?" Smiling at Phoebe and shaking his head, Han Shuo didn't explain how he was able to ignite a flame in his palm without any fire element. Instead, he reminded Sophie, "Watch carefully." After hearing his words, Sophie didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she focused her attention on Han Shuo's movements. Under Sophie's sparkling gaze, Han Shuo moved the flame in his palm towards the blade of the longsword. Under the roasting of the flame in Han Shuo's palm, the longsword in Sophie's hand slowly became incomparably hot. "Be careful, this is a gift that my father gave me when I became a sky rider. Don't break it," Sophie warned Han Shuo with a bit of heartache as she watched Han Shuo use the flames to roast her sword. Giving Sophie a reassuring look, Han Shuo's eyebrows furrowed. He secretly circulated his magical yuan and poured it into the long sword through his hand holding the hilt. Under the dual effects of the flame and magical yuan, the grey powder on the upward-facing blade miraculously melted into the edge of the long sword. "Hey!" Sophie exclaimed softly. She was once again taken aback by the scene in front of her eyes. She exclaimed in disbelief, "I couldn't tell that you're also an alchemist." Han Shuo didn't reply. He continued to focus on melting the congealing stone into the blade, watching all the powder disappear into the blade little by little. Han Shuo had discovered the congealing stone yesterday. It was a peculiar material that could increase the density of a weapon and make energy flow faster. In the treasure book of refining weapons of demonic arts, the congealing stone was a very useful stone. However, in this world, Han Shuo discovered that no one knew its use at all. There were a lot of congealing stones in the place of extreme metal in the Chiluor mountain. Han Shuo had long mixed an appropriate amount of congealing stone into the Demon Slayer edge. Therefore, when he saw the congealing stone yesterday, although Han Shuo was surprised, he didn't make a move to buy it. This time, it was to prove to Sophie that there were indeed treasures in this kind of place. That was why he specifically came here to buy one. By the time all the congealing stone powder had melted into the blade, the temperature of the blade was already very hot. At this moment, the flame that was roasting the other side of the blade in Han Shuo's palm suddenly turned from red to purple. There was only a squeaking sound, and light smoke rose from the blade. This was a natural phenomenon due to the sudden cooling of the high temperature. "Be careful. You wouldn't be taking the opportunity to use my long sword for an alchemy experiment, would you?" Sophie was still very worried about the long sword. While reminding Han Shuo to be careful, she was also suspicious of whether Han Shuo was harboring evil intentions. "Take it, inject fighting aura into it and see if it's different from usual." Han Shuo didn't answer Sophie's question, but threw the long sword together with its scabbard to Sophie. Sophie hurriedly reached out to catch the long sword. As soon as it touched her hand, Sophie exclaimed, "It's a few kilograms heavier." Sophie watched as Han Shuo ground a fist-sized stone into powder in his palm and melted it into the long sword. She couldn't understand how some stone powder could actually increase the weight of the long sword by a few kilograms. This was obviously very magical. "Try fighting aura." Han Shuo smiled as he reminded her. With amazement, Sophie immediately injected fighting aura into the longsword in her hand. Sophie had only just injected fighting aura when the longsword suddenly lit up with a silver light of fighting aura. The speed was faster than Sophie had imagined. How is this possible?" Sophie exclaimed, looking at Han Shuo in disbelief. She hurriedly said, "The longsword's reaction to fighting aura has increased a lot." "That's right, this is the effect of that stone. You should know that at a critical moment, once your fighting aura is injected into the longsword, you can release its power. This means what in battle?" Han Shuo said to Sophie with a straight face. "I understand. This means that you can seize the initiative, and even turn the tables in a evenly matched battle," Sophie exclaimed. Her eyes immediately lit up as she looked at Han Shuo, saying, "This is too magical. How did you do it? It's really inconceivable." Chapter 489. Hihi, that's why I said those who know what's good and what's good can still find good stuff in this kind of place. Han Shuo laughed. "Let's go. Show me around. I see that you are a person who knows what's good and what's good." Sophie's face was full of joy. She grabbed the corner of Han Shuo's clothes and pulled Han Shuo towards the bustling area. Han Shuo felt helpless. Originally, Sophie said that as the host, she should properly entertain him. Who would have thought that it would be Han Shuo accompanying her to stroll around blindly instead? It seemed that the words of a woman could not be completely trusted. Seeing that Sophie was in high spirits, Han Shuo did not dampen her spirits. He accompanied her and squeezed through the crowd of stalls. Using his accurate sense of materials, he found a few good things suitable for her. Han, you are amazing. How do you know so much? Sophie said excitedly to Han Shuo as she tightly clasped a crudely made jade bracelet in her hand. The jade bracelet was also chosen by Han Shuo for Sophie. After Sophie put it on, she felt that the jade bracelet had the effect of relieving fatigue. After hearing Han Shuo explain all the effects of the jade bracelet, Sophie truly admired Han Shuo from the bottom of her heart. It's about time. It's already afternoon. Let's take a stroll around the auction house, Han Shuo suggested as he looked at Sophie smilingly. That place isn't very interesting. We might as well find some fun here. Sophie obviously did not have a favorable impression of the auction house as she replied, curling her lips. Kossi Empire holds an auction house once every 3 years. There must be many interesting people and items inside. Since I have come to Kossi Empire, it would be inexcusable if I didn't go and take a look. As the host, shouldn't you do your duty as a host? Although there were indeed some good things on display at the stalls outside, there must be even more precious treasures inside the auction house. Moreover, they must have all been appraised. That was why Han Shuo made such a suggestion. All right, since you insist, I'll go with you. Sophie reluctantly agreed to Han Shuo's request and followed Han Shuo to the auction house. The auction house was located in an enormous building. When Han Shuo and Sophie walked to the door, a group of knights in shining armor were standing guard in front of the door, courteously blocking their way. Although these knights' attitudes could be considered friendly, they blocked the two's path. You two, you can't enter without an invitation, one of the knights reminded them with a smile. Han Shuo and Sophie's appearances were ordinary, and the clothes they wore were also very ordinary. After putting away the space rings, there was nothing special about the two of them. People dressed like commoners obviously shouldn't appear in a high-class place where celebrities congregated. Han Shuo coldly snorted. He thought to himself that these kinds of people were everywhere. Although this knight appeared to be courteous on the surface, the ridicule and contempt in his eyes were not concealed at all. Han Shuo could see the disdain in his heart at a glance. Here, these are the invitation letters. Can we go in now? Sophie casually took out 2 invitation letters and handed them to the knight with a light snort. The knight was astonished. Obviously, he did not expect that people like Han Shuo and Sophie would actually be qualified to receive an invitation letter. He stared blankly at Sophie and Han Shuo, momentarily forgetting to reply. Can we? Sophie raised her voice slightly and asked again. Of course, of course. The knight suddenly came back to his senses and hastily replied. He turned to the side and bowed, saying courteously, Please come in. Han Shuo shot a cold glance at the knight and strode in with Sophie. As soon as they entered, they saw a splendid scene of splendid lights. In the incomparably spacious hall, rows of bright and gorgeous crystal lamps hung high. The floor was covered with a soft red carpet. In the staircase hall that was similar to a luxurious movie theater, every table was filled with exquisite desserts and fruits. Right in front of them, a host dressed in an evening gown introduced the goods with a smile. Multicolored lights converged and fell on an exquisite magic staff inlaid with an aquamarine diamond-shaped gem. Under the illumination of the lights, this magic staff was even more beautiful and dazzling. For some water magicians who loved beauty, this magic staff simply had a fatal attraction. Ladies and gentlemen, this exquisite magic staff was forged by Master Farrell of the Elven race. This blue fantasy magic staff can increase the power of water magic by 30%, and it can recover mental strength faster. As for its design, I reckon that only the word perfect can describe it. Coming from the hands of Master Farrell, all of them are shockingly exquisite without exception. On the stage, the host was very provocatively preaching the advantages of the magic staff. Han Shor observed it attentively for a moment and discovered that although this magic staff was really not bad, it was a pity that it was a little too gorgeous. That extremely beautiful design was in fact not particularly suitable for magicians to wield. That Master Farrell had obviously abandoned practicality in pursuit of perfection. Given Han Shor's temperament, he definitely wouldn't choose this type of weapon. However, its exquisite design had incited the crazy pursuit of female magicians. Due to the existence of the Shrine of Ice in Kossi Empire, the number of magicians who specialized in water magic was the highest. As soon as the host's words fell, the audience immediately boiled over. Just as Han Shor and Sophie were staring at the stage, a male attendant said with a smile, "Please follow me. Are there any private rooms?" Sophie looked at the attendant and indifferently asked. The attendant stared blankly for a moment. After sizing up Sophie, he smiled and said, "No, they have long been fully booked." Han Shor understood that in an auction of this level, other than the stair-shaped auction stage in the main hall, there were rooms specially prepared for the real bigwigs on the surrounding floors. People with status would generally reserve their own rooms long ago. Originally, if Sophie had come together with Braque, she would have stayed in a special room. But now that she was staying together with Han Shor, she could only condescend to it. "Forget it then. Lead the way," Sophie said thoughtlessly. Under the guidance of the attendant, Han Shor and Sophie arrived at a seat at the back row. In front of the two of them were similarly placed exquisite desserts. There was also a magic table on which one could input the exact amount of gold coins. Chapter 490. The auction did not come to a halt because of the arrival of Han Shor and Sophie. Under the bewitching voice of the host, the bids for the magic staff rose higher and higher. The noise rose and fell, and the hall was filled with incessant discussions. A few beautiful women dressed in gorgeous magic robes made no attempt to conceal their strong interest in the magic staff. This directly led to a small-scale chaos in the auction. "What do you think of that magic staff?" Sophie couldn't help but ask Han Shor after the two sat down. "Not much." Han Shor pursed his lips and added, "Flashy but impractical." Contrary to Han Shor's expectations, Sophie actually agreed with Han Shor's evaluation. "Yes, this magic staff is overly gorgeous. If I were a mage, I would definitely not choose such a beautiful magic staff." Han Shor looked at Sophie in surprise and said with a smile, "I thought you would be like them and pursue the ultimate beauty of everything." Snorting lightly, Sophie said, "I'm choosing some trinkets from the stalls purely to enjoy the joy of shopping. It's not because I really like them." "Oh." Han Shor looked at Sophie with a light smile and pointed at the crystal button Sophie was wearing. He teased, "Then, why would you wear this crystal button, and look like it's so precious?" Sophie was taken aback and immediately waved her little fist. She said a bit mischievously, "That's because I'm giving you face. You bought this for me. If I were to carelessly throw it to the side, how embarrassing would that be?" Han Shor laughed involuntarily. Although he knew that Sophie was purely joking, he was still a bit happy in his heart. Whether or not Sophie had the intention to wear a crude button worth only 3 gold coins on her chest, as the buyer, Han Shor did feel that he had received the respect he deserved. It had to be said that talking with Sophie gave Han Shor a very relaxed and carefree feeling. It was as if he was talking with a female confidant without any restraint. This kind of feeling made Han Shor feel very comfortable. "Hey, why is he here as well?" All of a sudden, Sophie let out a low cry and immediately retracted her head. She even grabbed Han Shor and pulled him to lower his head as well. Han Shor was suddenly pulled by Sophie, and their heads almost bumped together. A refreshing fragrance immediately rushed into Han Shor's nose, and the natural and fresh fragrance gave Han Shor a sense of smell that he hadn't felt for a long time. Last time in the dark forest, the two had also been so close to each other and surrounded each other's scent. The group of people walked steadily and gradually passed through the corridor on the left of Han Shor and Sophie. Under the respectful welcome of the guards, they slowly went up to the VIP room on the second floor. The person in the lead had a gentle smile on his face. He was dressed in a simple and clean snow-white warrior robe. He had a broad body and thick arms. He had an awe-inspiring aura. It was obvious that he was a swordsman or knight who was good at fighting. Your father. With just a glance, Han Shoror was able to sense the power contained in that person's body through his divine sense. This kind of power was difficult to understand without reaching a certain realm. How did you know? You've seen my father? Sophie was shocked and asked in a low voice. Shaking his head, Han Shoror said, I saw that he looked a little like you, so I made a random guess. I didn't expect that he really was your father. Looks were only one aspect. The most important thing was that the fighting aura that Sophie cultivated was of the same origin as this person. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it, but Han Shoror's divine sense was extremely strong. He could naturally sense it if he carefully sensed it. He must have gone to the VIP room where Brakyu is. Humph, he's really something. He made the decision for me without my consent. I hate him to death, Sophie said angrily. It seemed that she held a grudge against Sulo. Han Shoror wasn't clear about the matter between Sophie and Brakyu. Hearing Sophie's complaint, he couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? No, nothing. Sophie was actually a little flustered and said hastily. Han Shoror was a little baffled, but he didn't pursue the matter. He pointed at the stage and said, there's something down there that's not bad. I think it's more suitable for you. Sophie raised her head and stole a glance ahead. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that there was no trace of her father Sulo in her line of sight. She then looked at the stage in high spirits. At this moment, under the guidance of the host and the projection of the lights, a dark green armor slowly descended from the ceiling. The dark green armor was glossy and bright, sparkling with a dazzling radiance under the lights. This knight's armor is the handiwork of a dwarf master. Although I don't know which dwarf master it came from, but judging from the luster of the armor. After the armor was revealed, the host started to brag again. The armor is indeed beautiful, but is it really that sturdy? Sophie asked Han Shoror with some doubts as she looked at the armor from afar. It's all right. It's mixed with a few rare ores, including black iron ore, mithril, and black gold. Forged by the hands of a dwarf, it shouldn't be too shabby. You can consider it, Han Shoror said with a smile. Forget it. My father is in the VIP room. We can't see him from here, but he can look down from the high vantage point. I once used this face to tease him. He'll recognize me. It'll be terrible if he catches me red-handed. Sophie cutely stuck out her tongue. Sophie stuck out her tongue cutely, as if afraid that Sulo would notice her, and shrunk back a little. 20,000 gold coins. Young Master Brakyu bids 20,000 gold coins. The host suddenly screamed before he could finish extolling the advantages of the armor. Sophie snorted and said disdainfully, Bastard, I won't accept your kindness. Although Sophie's cry was soft, Han Shoror still heard it clearly. He raised his head and looked upstairs. He asked in surprise, who is this Brakyu? The host hasn't even finished his speech and is already throwing out such an expensive price. His name is Brakyu Pillen. You are already in Kossi Empire. Don't tell me you don't even know him? Sophie was somewhat stunned. She looked at Han Shoror strangely and asked. Han Shoror shrugged his shoulders and calmly said, I really don't know. Is he very famous? Sophie made an expression as though she had been defeated by Han Shoror. She then explained with a straight face, although the Shrine of Ice has great authority in Kossi Empire, the one who truly controls Kossi Empire is still the Pillen family. Brakyu is the son of Prince Bradley. He's not a benevolent person. It's already very troublesome for you to offend the Shrine of Ice in Kossi Empire. You must not provoke this family as well. Thank you for the reminder. Han Shoror still had a faint smile on his face, but in his heart, he didn't think much of it. On Profound Continent, there weren't many people who could threaten Han Shoror's life. He didn't give a damn about this so-called imperial family. Bradley of Caesar City? Han Shoror suddenly recalled something and asked. There's only one Bradley Pillen in the entire Kossi Empire. That's him. Sophie creased her brows and added, since you have come to Kossi Empire, why are you still so unfamiliar with our Kossi Empire? Trunks had been painstakingly developing and strengthening the Valley of Sunshine all this while. His target was none other than this Bradley Pillen. Hanshaw understood that the cause of all this was Annie. This young lady, whom Trunks treated as his own sister, had once suffered unbearable treatment. One of those people was Bradley. Both Florida and Butcher died in Trunks' hands during the riot in the Valley of Sunshine. Now, there was only Bradley, who wielded immense authority in Kossi Empire, that was Trunks' persistent target. When Sophie mentioned this Bradley, Hanshaw couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Hanshaw had already set his mind on this person. Although it wasn't good for Hanshaw to overstep his boundaries, if Bradley dared to provoke him, teaching him an unforgettable lesson wouldn't be a bad thing. Is there a higher price? The host continued to make a big fuss. However, there was only a meager response from the audience. In Kossi Empire, the Pillen family is the true ruler. Most people wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for this family. Sophie softly sighed and explained to Hanshaw. Sophie was truly helpless when she said those words. She was helpless about her own future. It was precisely because she clearly understood the influence of the Pillen family in Kossi Empire that she felt powerless over the marriage with Brakyu. A sense of dejection suddenly filled her heart. Sophie suddenly felt that even if she possessed extraordinary strength, wouldn't it still be difficult for her to resist power? 20,000 gold coins. This armor belongs to young Master Brakyu. The host hammered down the hammer, indicating who this item belonged to. Just as Sophie was in a low mood and had no intention of attending to the auction, another 4 treasures were bid for at a high price. 2 of the 4 items were magical robes with special functions, a scroll capable of releasing a forbidden spell, and the last necklace with 100 diamonds once worn by the Empress of the Verdun Imperial Court who had disappeared. Hanshaw had no interest in any of the 4 items. 3 of them were purchased by 3 Magi, and the last necklace was purchased by Brakyu. Hanshaw noticed that as Brakyu became more and more arrogant, Sophie's mood became more and more gloomy. This made Hanshaw feel rather baffled. He couldn't understand why Sophie would suddenly become so sentimental. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is rather special. Even our experts don't know what it is. However, this item possesses a miraculous effect. Once it is inserted into the ground, the plants within several miles will grow even stronger and taller, the host continued to introduce. Following the host's introduction, a tender green leaf the size of a palm was presented on a crystal tray. That leaf appeared to be made of dark green jade. It was glossy and bright. As soon as it was presented, the filthy air within the entire auction house was purified. All of a sudden, the air within the bustling auction house suddenly became a lot fresher, as though everyone had entered a lush forest in an instant. Everyone's body and mind seemed to have suddenly relaxed. Hanshaw, who hadn't paid much attention all this while, suddenly jolted. His eyes abruptly emitted a dazzling radiance that no one dared to look straight at. Sophie, who was beside Hanshaw, immediately noticed the change in Hanshaw's eyes. Her gloomy mood was somewhat diluted by curiosity. She looked at Hanshaw in puzzlement and asked in a low voice, "You want this item?" "That's right," Hanshaw replied in a deep voice. "What is this? I've never seen such a strange leaf before. Do you know what it is?" Sophie was a little surprised. She stared at Hanshaw and asked hurriedly. Nodding, Hanshaw explained, "It's hard to explain to you. Anyways, this item is very useful to me. Then you can bid for it. If you don't have enough gold coins, I can lend you some, but you have to return it," Sophie said to Hanshaw with a smile. She then looked at the VIP room above and said to Hanshaw with some misgivings, "I have to lower my head so that my father won't notice you when you're lining up to buy it." It's not convenient to talk about the origin of this leaf, but I think those who know their stuff should be able to tell that it's extraordinary. The starting price is 10,000 gold coins. The highest bidder wins. "Let the bidding begin," the host shouted. 20,000. 25,000. 27,000. It seemed that there were quite a few who knew their stuff. Just as the host's voice faded, the price began to climb. Hanshaw was in no hurry to make a move. He merely observed the few competitors with cold eyes. After a round of shouting and wrangling, The price slowly rose to 40,000 gold coins. At this point, those nobles who were purely curious about the use of this treasure gradually stopped participating. The remaining 3 who were truly interested continued to raise the price. Among the 3, one was a real fatty, one was a brightly dressed upper-class lady, and the last one was shockingly Braque of the House of Pillon. Braque was the most excited among the 3. Perhaps it was because he had discovered that there were people who dared to compete with him. He appeared to be very impatient. Hanshaw could even hear his heart beating rapidly due to excitement. Judging from the way that fatty was dressed, he should be a true wealthy merchant. From his clothing, he seemed to be from the Brut Merchant Alliance. No wonder he dared to compete with Braque. The upper-class lady was graceful. Hanshaw couldn't tell her background, but she should be the most lacking in financial resources. Her complexion was gradually turning ugly. He reckoned that the price of that item had exceeded what she could afford. After watching for a while, when Hanshaw saw that the price had already reached 50,000, he suddenly made a move. A string of numbers suddenly appeared. 100,000. Who is it? The host suddenly screamed and hastily looked at the plate number. The audience was in an uproar. Chapter 491. Over the years, Hanshaw had gradually accumulated his wealth through robbery. Now, even Hanshaw himself did not know how much wealth he had in his hands. Apart from the millions of gold coins in Brettel City under Jack's control, the crystals in Hanshaw's hands were the only things he had. There were almost 1,000,000 gold coins in the card. The viride leaf was a supreme treasure of the wood attribute. Others might not know about it, but Hanshaw was very clear about its usage. Not only could the viride leaf revitalize barren land, it also possessed the miraculous power to revive the dead. Most importantly, if this viride leaf were to fall into Wood Elite Zombie's hands, not only would Elite Zombie evolve faster, it would also substantially increase his strength. Of the 5 Elite Zombies, Water Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were the weakest in terms of strength and intelligence. On one hand, it was because they were refined relatively late, and on the other hand, they didn't have any treasures that could help them advance further. During the trip to the Shrine of Ice a few days ago, Water Elite Zombie had absorbed a tremendous amount of energy from the Ice Goddess. His appearance had immediately undergone a tremendous transformation. Hanshaw was certain that after the Water Elite Zombie had digested the energy it had absorbed, it would take a big step forward on the path of evolution. This way, the Penta-Elemental Undead formation would have an additional portion of Water Elite Zombie's power. Recently, Hanshaw had been worrying about Wood Elite Zombie, not knowing how he could lend him a helping hand. He did not expect to see the wood attribute treasure viride leaf at this auction. Once Wood Elite Zombie obtained the viride leaf, Hanshaw believed that the Penta-Elemental Undead formation would be able to unleash its full might. Therefore, Hanshaw was determined to obtain the wood attribute treasure viride leaf. In order to make those competitors give up, an extremely high price would dispel their desire to snatch it. Therefore, Hanshaw placed the price of 100,000 gold coins. Number 83. Number 83 bids 100,000 gold coins. Hey, it's actually a friend from the lobby. The host finally saw Hanshaw's number and hurriedly screamed. Following the host's shout, the lights shone on Hanshaw. Everyone's attention was focused on Hanshaw, and their eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. The other 3 bidders for the wood attribute treasure viride leaf were all in the VIP rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floor. Those on the 2nd and 3rd floor were the true nobles and wealthy merchants. The high price of 100,000 gold coins was rarely seen, except for some publicly recognized treasures. This had already surprised everyone, but when they found out that the bidder was actually from the hall, they were even more surprised. This auction house was also divided by class. Generally, the hall was filled with some small nobles. Usually, people here wouldn't spend money to compete for treasures that were worth more than 50,000 gold coins. Only those on the 2nd and 3rd floor would compete for treasures that they liked without a care for gold coins. Therefore, the highest bidders were usually from the 2nd and 3rd floor. Now, a plain-looking, honest-looking fatty was competing for an item with an unknown function at a high price of 100,000 gold coins. This clearly attracted everyone's attention. Not only some of the guests in the hall, but even the dignitaries on the second and third floor poked their heads out to see who was so generous down there. "Bastard, you're so rich." Under everyone's gaze, Sophie, who had lowered her head and even her waist, said angrily, "If my father finds out because of you, I'll settle the score with you." In order not to draw attention to Sophie, Han Shaw didn't speak to her. He lazily sat on his seat, squinting his eyes, looking relaxed and carefree. 110,000 gold coins. Number 9 bids 110,000 gold coins. Suddenly, the host screamed again. Han Shaw raised his eyes and took a glance. He found out that the bidder was that noblewoman of unknown identity. He saw that after the noblewoman made the high price, her complexion became even more unsightly. 120,000. Mr. Zophie from the Brut Merchant Alliance bids 120,000 gold coins. The host shouted again. He was already somewhat excited. 120,000 gold coins was the first high price in this auction. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, he was obviously very happy. So that big fatty is Zophie, Han Shaw understood. Han Shaw had heard of Zophie before. He was an outstanding and famous merchant of the Brut Merchant Alliance. He mainly dealt in magic crystal ores, and also sold some large-scale war equipment. The 6 magic crystal cannons that Helen bought last time came from Zophie. Sometimes, he could earn more than 100,000 gold coins in a big deal. No wonder he was so rich and overbearing. After Zophie made the bid of 120,000 gold coins, the auction hall went silent for a moment. Everyone noticed that the price increase for such an item was slowly starting to increase by tens of thousands. This was clearly beyond what the majority of people could bear. 150,000 gold coins. Oh, it's young Master Braque. Just when everyone was silent and amazed, Braque made his move again and directly raised the price to 15 gold coins. This was really an extremely high price. It seemed that the House of Pillin was indeed rich and overbearing. "My 3 friends, this item and the previous 2 items are for my fiancée, Sophie. If you 3 can give me some face, I will be very grateful." All of a sudden, a window of a VIP room on the 3rd floor opened. Braque stood at the window with a very graceful smile. It seemed that even Braque felt the price of 150,000 gold coins was a little too high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to say so. Given the influence of his House of Pillin in Kossi Empire, most people wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for him. Since young Master Braque has said so, I naturally won't spoil such a wonderful occasion. Sure enough, even Zophie of the Brut Merchant Alliance was unwilling to offend Braque. He stood up from the 2nd floor and saluted Braque with a smile. "Thank you. If Mr. Zophie has the time to come to Caesar City, I will definitely entertain you, my friend. Well, I hope Mr. Zophie will do me the honor," Braque invited. Definitely, Zophie replied smilingly. For a merchant like Zophie, whose business was spread all over the world, although he didn't need to fear Braque, if he could befriend him, it would absolutely be of great benefit to his business. Now that Braque had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch, Zophie naturally knew how to behave. After Braque shouted out the high price of 150,000 gold coins, the face of the noblewoman who had previously competed for the treasure turned ashen. It appeared that her financial resources were insufficient to support her to continue competing. She had no choice but to give up on this treasure that she cared so much about. It was only at this moment that Han Shaw truly understood the relationship between Sophie and Braque. At this moment, he thoughtfully looked at Sophie, who had her head lowered in silence. He roughly understood the situation from her previous words of complaint. With a faint smile, Han Shaw raised his head and looked at Braque on the 3rd floor. He discovered that Braque was also looking at him at this moment. Braque obviously understood that the noblewoman was the first to give up due to her lack of financial resources. Zophie also gave him face and would not continue to compete with him. With that, his only opponent left was Han Shaw, who had suddenly appeared in the hall. When his eyes met with Braque's, Han Shoror discovered that Bra-Q was smiling and nodding at him from afar. Bra-Q appeared to be very friendly. However, there was a hint of arrogance and threat in his eyes. Han Shoror gave a simple and honest smile and lowered his head to look at the counter in front of him. Right at this moment, Sophie, who had been keeping her head lowered all along, suddenly cried out softly, "Han, have you forgotten what I told you before? You have already offended the Shrine of Ice. You must not offend the House of Pillin as well. If you really want that thing, I'll hand it over to you after Bra-Q gives it to me. Don't fight with him over it." Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Sophie with a smile on his face. Then, his hand landed on the counter and a string of numbers was pressed down. Only then did Han Shoror say in a low voice, "A favor of several 100,000 gold coins is too great. If you accept it, it will be hard for you to get rid of the House of Pillin. Besides, offending the Shrine of Ice is actually the same as offending the House of Pillin. Ice Celestial Kori of the Shrine of Ice is the oldest elder of the House of Pillin. It's just that you don't know about it. 200,000. Number 83 bids 200,000 gold coins. Oh, this is a miraculous person," the auctioneer suddenly shouted. His tone was filled with indescribable astonishment. The audience burst into an uproar once again. Everyone's gazes were once again focused on Han Shoror, as though they wanted to see Han Shoror with their own eyes. Who the hell is this person? Such audacity. Yeah, he still won't let go even after young Master Bra-Q has said so. He's simply not giving face to the House of Pillin. H, what an audacious fellow. Even if you have the money, you need to be alive to use it. After Han Shoror's sky-high bid of 200,000 gold coins was announced, the audience burst into an uproar once again. Han Shoror, with his sharp hearing, could hear what they were discussing. However, he was inwardly disapproving of it. Why would Han Shoror pay any attention to a mere hedonistic son of rich parents? This friend is very courageous. Bra-Q, who was on the third floor, did not fly into a rage out of humiliation. On the contrary, he laughed and praised Han Shoror loudly. This fellow is famous for hiding a dagger behind his smile. His current appearance shows that he is truly enraged. You are really something. Why did you provoke him for no reason?" Sophie lowered her head and explained to Han Shoror in a low voice. "Huh!" Suddenly, a soft exclamation came from Brack's side. That sacred knight Soro abruptly focused his gaze on Sophie's earlobe. Sophie, with her astonishing strength, was startled. Even without raising her head, she could sense Soro's gaze from above. She hurriedly covered her left earlobe with her hand, as though trying to hide something. Han Shoror saw a red mole the size of a grain of rice on Sophie's left earlobe when she tried to cover it. Seeing Sophie hurriedly covering it, Han Shoror immediately understood why she wanted to hide the red mole. "Oh no, I was too careless. I forgot about my father's strength. He could see the red mole on my earlobe from such a distance. Oh no, he must have discovered me," Sophie said anxiously with her head lowered. "Yeah, I think he has indeed discovered you," Han Shoror said calmly. Because Han Shoror noticed that after Soro let out a soft "her," his eyes began to flicker. Clearly, he understood that the ordinary girl below was his precious daughter in disguise. "Then what should we do?" Sophie asked in a fluster. She appeared to be at a loss when facing her father. "Let nature take its course. Yeah, your father didn't tell Bra-Q about his discovery. You better continue burying your head in the sand," Han Shoror said to Sophie. He understood Soro's good intentions. No matter what, Sophie was Brack's fiancée. If Bra-Q were to find out that she was together with Han Shoror in disguise, Bra-Q would certainly be furious. Therefore, even though Soro had discovered this fact, he did not expose it. 200,000 gold coins going once. The audience was in an uproar. Under the circumstances where Bra-Q did not continue bidding, the auctioneer's shrill voice resounded. Perhaps 200,000 gold coins exceeded Brack's expectations, or perhaps Bra-Q had other plans. Therefore, with a bizarre smile on his face, he merely gazed at Han Shoror from above. He did not make another bid. It seemed that he had no intention of continuing to compete with Han Shaw in the auction house. 200,000 gold coins going twice. The auctioneer paused for a long while before he shouted, "Are there any higher bids? If no one continues to raise the price, then this item belongs to this gentleman." The audience's gazes swept back and forth between Han Shaw and Bra-Q, seemingly waiting for an even more exciting follow-up. However, to everyone's disappointment, Bra-Q did not satisfy everyone's interest this time. 250,000 gold coins. Oh my god, Mr. Zophie has increased the price again. It's actually 250,000 gold coins. Suddenly, a red board on the second floor shone brightly. The amount of 250,000 gold coins was reported. The auctioneer went crazy. Young Master Bra-Q wants to gift a beauty with a treasure. Such infatuation is rarely seen in this world. I'm willing to use 250,000 gold coins to fulfill young Master Brack's wish. Consider it as making a friend with young Master Bra-Q. My friend down there, I wonder if you could give me some face. Consider it as fulfilling a wonderful story, said the real Fatty Zophie as he looked down at the fake Fatty Han Shaw with a face full of smiles. Thank you, Mr. Zophie. Regardless of whether I can win this item or not, you are my friend for sure. Bra-Q greeted Zophie with a smile on his face from the third floor. His bearing was truly extraordinary. With that, the audience's enthusiasm soared once again. Each and every one of them looked at Zophie and Bra-Q with indescribable excitement, cheering for the sudden turn of events. Old fox, you're really willing to spend your hard-earned capital. Han Shaw secretly cursed in his heart. He coldly gazed at the big fatty Zophie, who was smiling from ear to ear. He understood that Zophie's purpose for coming here was to seize the opportunity to establish a relationship with Bra-Q. It seemed that he had already achieved his goal. My apologies, I'm determined to get it, said Han Shaw in a resolute and decisive manner. There was no room for negotiation. He reached out his hand and touched the counter again, inputting yet another string of numbers. 300,000. Oh my god, number 83 has bid 300,000 gold coins. The auctioneer was so excited that he was about to faint. He screamed at the top of his lungs like a pig being slaughtered. Whether it was because Han Shaw's bid was too high, or because he did not give the slightest face, the face of the smiling Zophie turned somewhat unsightly. He looked at Han Shaw awkwardly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Mr. Zophie, forget it. It seems that this friend is the one who truly needs it. Let's not snatch what others like. If Mr. Zophie has the time, please come to my manor in Siro City to taste some wine. I have a few bottles of truly good wine there. I hope Mr. Zophie will do me the honor. Bra-Q suddenly invited Zophie with a smile while the audience was in a stifling stupor. Zophie stared blankly for a moment. He first nodded his head helplessly, then said joyfully, with pleasure. By this time, Zophie no longer continued to fight. The auctioneer knew that there would not be any more mishaps. He frantically shouted a few more times. Seeing that there was no one else bidding for the item, only then did he make the final decision. 300,000 gold coins. This item belongs to this friend number 83. You're in big trouble this time. We'd better hurry up and leave. Sophie hastily said. Don't worry. Let's see if there are any other good items after this. Han Shaw said to Sophie in a leisurely manner, paying no heed to Sophie's worries. After the wood attribute treasure Virid leaf was secured for 300,000 gold coins, Han Shaw felt much more at ease. However, this also made Han Shaw and Sophie the focus of attention. When some other treasures appeared later on, the crowd would cast their gazes at Han Shaw from time to time. After the wood attribute treasure Virid leaf, 3 more treasures were introduced in succession. A bottle of potion that could restore 80% of one's magic power in a short period of time, an exquisite magic bow forged by a great alchemist, and the ownership of a small city in the south of Kossi Empire. But none of these were what Han Shaw was interested in. Therefore, he did not continue bidding. Therefore, after the Virid leaf was secured, Han Shaw did not continue bidding until the end of the auction. He was pondering whether or not he should come again tomorrow since the auction would last for 3 days. At the end of the first day of the auction, Han Shoror went backstage. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, he paid 300,000 gold coins. Han Shoror also received the wood attribute treasure Virid leaf. However, when Han Shoror opened the box containing the Virid leaf, his face immediately darkened. He coldly shouted, "Something's not right?" Chapter 492. The Virid leaf in the box was exactly the same as the one in the auction house. However, the vibrant energy was nowhere to be found. Han Shoror reached out to touch it and immediately discovered that it wasn't the Virid leaf of the wood attribute at all. It was just a counterfeit carved from a beautiful piece of dark green jade. After spending 300,000 gold coins, only to find out that it was just a counterfeit carved from an ordinary piece of beautiful jade, no one would be in a good mood, let alone Han Shoror. What's going on? Seeing that there seemed to be some kind of dispute, a high-ranking official dressed in formal attire hastily rushed over to inquire. "Lord Zaria, this gentleman says that there's something wrong with the item," the guard in charge of attending to Han Shoror hastily replied. Zaria had been very careful in observing Han Shoror back at the auction house. He had a deep impression of a character like Han Shoror who would throw away money at a drop of a hat. Moreover, Han Shoror had spent 300,000 gold coins to purchase the auction item. It was only natural for him to treat Han Shoror as a distinguished guest. Zaria, who had rushed over, heard the guard's words and hastily said to Han Shoror, "Can I have a look?" Han Shoror's face was gloomy. He handed over the counterfeit Virid leaf he had just obtained to the person in charge and said in a deep voice, "Your auction house is renowned throughout the entire Kossi Empire. I don't think you're deliberately pulling a prank on me, are you?" "I wouldn't dare." Zaria could hear the anger in Han Shoror's words. He took the Virid leaf in his hand and touched it. His expression immediately changed. He abruptly asked the guard in a deep voice, "Who brought this item here just now?" "Galia brought it here, Lord." The guard hastily replied. Zaria took a deep breath and respectfully bowed to Han Shoror. With a stern countenance, he said, "I'm sorry, there's indeed something wrong with this item. Sir, we will return the 300,000 gold coins to you first. Give us some time and we will soon hand over the genuine item to you." "Han, I don't think this has anything to do with the auction house. They wouldn't do something like this on purpose to ruin their own reputation," Sophie whispered beside Han Shoror. Han Shoror had thought that the auction house was deliberately deceiving him and was prepared to massacre the auction house if they did not admit to it. Now that the person in charge, Zaria, had immediately admitted to the matter and was very friendly, Han Shoror immediately understood that there must be more to this matter. "All right, I hope your auction house can give me an explanation. In addition, this item was bought by me in an open and above-board auction house. I do not wish for you to sell it to others." Han Shoror looked coldly at Zaria and said in a deep voice. Zaria looked at Han Shoror with fear and trepidation. He suddenly realized that this unprepossessing fatty had suddenly become extremely frightening. He could feel an almost tangible killing intent from Han Shoror's body. That stifling feeling of oppression suddenly descended on his whole body, giving him the idea that this person was absolutely not a match for him. For a person like Zaria to be able to climb to such a high position, he was not a simple character. Just from the frightening aura on Han Shoror's body, he understood that Han Shoror was not someone he could provoke. Thus, he submissively agreed while pondering over how to properly resolve this matter. "Give us a way to contact you. Once we find the item, we will immediately look for you to redo the transaction," Zaria, who was trembling with fear, said respectfully after returning the 300,000 gold coins to Han Shoror. "There's no need. I will come and take a look myself in the next 2 days. You guys are on your own," Han Shoror coldly snorted. He gave Sophie a meaningful glance and hastily walked outside. "I don't think it's a problem with the auction house. I reckon it's Braque, that guy who hides a dagger in his smile." Sophie caught up with Han Shoror. When they were about to exit the auction house and seeing that no one was around, she voiced her conjecture to Han Shoror. Han Shoror grabbed Sophie's little hand. Before Sophie could react, Han Shoror suddenly sped up, pulling her along as they rapidly disappeared into the street outside the auction house. Just as the two were rapidly leaving, Sacred Knight Sulo hurried over from another aisle. He only saw Sophie being held by the hand by Han Shoror as they disappeared into the bustling street outside. Sulo rapidly lost track of the two in the crowd of small booths. Sulo's face was gloomy. Looking at the two disappearing from his line of sight, he mumbled, "Who the hell is that guy?" The image of Han Shoror and Sophie holding hands was deeply imprinted in Sulo's mind. Whenever he thought of the power and influence of the Pillan family in Kossi Empire, Sulo suddenly felt an extreme headache. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and sighed, "Little Fei-Fei, you really know how to find trouble for father. Mr. Sulo, what's the matter?" While Sulo was talking to himself, Thuram, who had been following Bra-Q, walked over and suddenly asked. "No, nothing," Sulo replied. Seeing Bra-Q walking over from behind Thuram with a smile on his face, carrying the treasures he obtained from the auction, not only did Sulo not feel the slightest bit happy, he instead began to worry for his entire family. Sulo understood Bra-Q better than Sophie. Bra-Q, who was considered to be quite outstanding in Kossi Empire, was not as kind as the average person saw him to be. Once he set his eyes on something, he would never give up. Once he set his eyes on something, he would not rest until he got it. Unfortunately, the Pillan family was a member of the royal family of Kossi Empire. Sulo understood that he alone would not be able to obtain true happiness for Sophie. Sulo sighed inwardly. He had already decided that no matter what, he had to get Sophie and Bra-Q together. Otherwise, not only Sulo and Sophie, but even the collateral branches of his family could forget about having a foothold in Kossi Empire. Father-in-law, Fei-Fei is really headstrong. God knows where she ran off to. Hihi, but I'm sure she will like some of these things. Bra-Q walked over, all smiles. He had already begun to express his love for Sophie from afar. He must really like Fei-Fei. Fei-Fei will be even happier with him. That must be it. Sulo consoled himself before smiling faintly and saying, "That's very thoughtful of you. I'm sure Fei-Fei will understand how much you care for her." "Of course. She's my fiancée. Of course I'll treat her well." Bra-Q chuckled. While Sulo and Bra-Q were conversing, Han Shoror had already pulled Sophie into the endless stream of people. It was only when Han Shoror realized that Sulo had lost sight of the two of them did he loosen his grip on Sophie's little hand and explained, "Your father came looking for you just now." "Oh," Sophie casually replied. Sophie casually replied as if nothing had happened. However, her eyes were somewhat flickering. Her left thumb that Han Shoror had just let go was unconsciously rubbing her index finger. She appeared somewhat absent-minded. Han Shoror was also rather embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly sensed a natural aura brimming with vitality from the southwest direction. He immediately knew that the energy originated from the virid leaf. He hastily said, "I have something to attend to. Wait a moment." As soon as his voice faded, Han Shoror shuttled back and forth among the crowd. Following his consciousness's ability to sense the energy of the virid leaf, he rapidly headed southwest. Sophie stared blankly for a moment before she realized that Han Shoror had already left some distance behind. Sophie knew that Han Shoror had an enemy in Kossi Empire, the Shrine of Ice. Fearing that something bad might happen to Han Shoror, she hastily followed. It was only then that Han Shoror left the crowd. Before he could soar into the sky, he immediately discovered that the energy from the virid leaf had vanished without a trace. Han Shoror was certain that the virid leaf must have been kept by someone. That was why the energy it released earlier suddenly vanished. With that, Han Shoror grew even more anxious. He immediately deployed the art of the demonic ninth heavens and rapidly flew southwest. He wanted to find the whereabouts of the virid leaf before that person left. With Han Shoror flying at full speed, it only took him a few minutes to arrive at the area where the virid leaf had just appeared. It was the spacious plaza where Han Shoror and Sophie had stopped at earlier. At first glance, he did not discover anyone suspicious. When Han Shoror focused his senses, he could no longer sense the energy of the virile leaf. Puzzled, Han Shoror looked all around, rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. Bra-Q was the most suspicious person for the virile leaf, the ultimate treasure of the wood attribute, to have an accident midway. Of course, Zophie and that upper-class lady could not be ruled out as well. Han Shoror was determined to get his hands on the virile leaf, the ultimate treasure of the wood attribute. Having failed to get his hands on the 300,000 gold coins, Han Shoror had already started thinking of other methods. Among the three, Han Shoror felt that Bra-Q was the most likely to use other methods to exchange for the virile leaf. Although Zophie was rich and overbearing, he certainly did not have that much influence in Kossi Empire. As for that upper-class lady, she did not seem to be a particularly influential person. Otherwise, she would not have given up at the mere 250,000 gold coins. After confirming his target, Han Shoror was prepared to snatch the virile leaf. In any case, he had already established the Shrine of Ice as his enemy in Kossi Empire. A mere Bra-Q naturally would not be of any concern to Han Shoror. Han, what's wrong? Just as Han Shoror was pondering, Sophie rushed over, panting for breath. As she did not summon her Pegasus, she was panting even more heavily when she arrived. Her breasts were constantly expanding in Han Shoror's eyes, appearing much bigger than usual. You bastard, what are you looking at? Sophie immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Han Shoror's gaze and shouted angrily. Nothing. Han Shoror replied in a fluster. He then explained, I just sensed the virile leaf appearing here. But it seems I'm still too late. Someone must have collected it and brought it to another area. Don't think about it. Just leave it to the auction house. This auction house is the largest in Kossi Empire. Even His Majesty the King has a share in it. I believe they can help you settle it. Sophie consoled Han Shoror. If it's Brack's doing, do you think the auction house can handle it? Han Shoror creased his brows and asked Sophie. Spreading out her hands, Sophie somewhat helplessly replied, I don't know about that. All right, I don't care anymore. It's getting late. Why don't we meet again tomorrow? Han Shoror raised his head to look at the sky. He was about to send Sophie away and ask someone from the Dark Mantle about the location of Brack's manor. Then, he would make a trip at night and snatch the virile leaf. It's still early, what's the hurry? Hehe, let's go, I'll bring you to eat some interesting food first. At night, let's go take a look at the night view of Kossi Empire's famous City of Dreams. It seemed that Sophie had no intention of letting Han Shoror off so quickly. She grabbed the corner of Han Shoror's clothes and pulled Han Shoror away, giggling. She continued, I'm only grabbing the corner of your clothes. I'm not taking advantage of you. Han Shoror, who was being pulled by Sophie to another street, immediately understood the meaning behind Sophie's words. He couldn't help but force a smile as he explained, Miss, the previous situation was special. You wouldn't hold a grudge against me until now, would you? Sophie led Han Shoror around a corner. She shot a glance at Han Shoror and said with a smile as if looking for trouble, it's true that the situation was special. However, it seems that when someone grabbed my hand, he was a little unruly, wasn't he? Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. Only then did he recall that when he grabbed Sophie's little hand, he had used his fingertips to rub against the back of Sophie's hand out of habit. Han Shoror, Emily, and Fanny had done these intimate actions many times. He had done it without warning earlier. Afterwards, when Han Shoror became aware of the ambiguous nature of his actions, he immediately stopped. At that time, he even stole a glance at Sophie. Seeing that Sophie was acting as if nothing had happened, he thought that Sophie didn't mind. Who would have thought that Sophie would purposely expose him at this time? Han Shoror's face reddened, but it was hard to tell because of the change in his skin tone. He awkwardly laughed twice and said in embarrassment, I didn't mind. Haha, sorry. Me. I don't believe your nonsense. Sophie pouted and rolled her eyes at Han Shoror. She then said magnanimously, but I'm a magnanimous person. As long as you have fun with me today, I won't hold it against you. Hey, about that, I think I'm a guest, right? Han Shoror said with a wry smile. What's the matter? If I'm happy, then you'll be happy too. Sophie laughed rudely and pulled Han Shuo to run quickly, as if she was purposely trying to make Han Shuo stumble. Han Shuo had long since seen Sophie's pettiness, but her harmless little joke didn't make Han Shuo feel like he was going overboard. His body deliberately swayed left and right, as if he really was stumbling. It was just that in this state, Han Shuo would always suddenly lean close to Sophie and would suddenly accidentally bump into her body. Han Shuo laughed mischievously in his heart, enjoying taking advantage of her. Chapter 493. Han Shuo had a good time that night. He first accompanied Sophie to eat some of Kossi Empire's famous delicacies, then went to the City of Dreams to enjoy the famous night scenery of Kossi Empire. Only when the night was half over did Sophie let Han Shuo off, perfectly contented. Using the excuse that she did not dare to go home to see her father, she asked for a room right next to Han Shuo's at the small inn, staying right next to Han Shuo for the time being. When Han Shuo discovered that Sophie had fallen asleep, he silently left through the window and headed for a dark mantle stronghold in Kossi Empire in the dead of the night. Given Han Shuo's current noble status, he was immediately treated with the utmost caution when he arrived at the dark mantle stronghold. From their mouths, Han Shuo quickly learned the address of Brack's manor in Kossi Empire, as well as some unknown information about the auction house. Taking advantage of the dead of night, after obtaining the required information from the dark mantle stronghold, Han Shuo stealthily made his way to Brack's manor. He was prepared to search for the virid leaf and seize it, saving him an additional 300,000 gold coins. The manor occupied an enormous area. When Han Shuo arrived, he unfolded his consciousness and was able to sense which area had the most human traffic. After the virid leaf was put away, it was rather difficult for Han Shuo to use his consciousness to sense it. This made Han Shuo ponder whether he should employ some special means. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, just as Han Shuo was hiding in the dark and preparing to make his move, he suddenly saw a few very familiar figures. Great Swordmaster Gabriel and the former Griffin Legion's commander, Asher. Asher was originally the Lord of Valin City in Lancelot Empire. As the commander of the Griffin Legion, Asher once enjoyed a resounding reputation in Lancelot Empire. However, because Asher had greater ambitions, under the joint efforts of Han Shuo, Lawrence, and the Dark Mantle, evidence of his rebellion was found. After his rebellion failed, he had no choice but to flee from Lancelot Empire. Asher's two precious sons were once Han Shuo's greatest enemies. In the end, they successively died in the hands of Han Shuo. Asher, who had no descendants, was ultimately forced into a corner and came to Kossi Empire. Gabriel had once joined forces with the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to almost injure Emily back in the Valley of Sunshine, but had escaped with heavy injuries. When the two arrived at Kossi Empire, they very quickly colluded with Bradley of Caesar City. One had to admit that Asher was indeed rather capable. Even in Kossi Empire, he was highly regarded by the House of Pillon and was still doing very well. Brack's manor seemed to be hosting some sort of private banquet, so it was only natural that Han Shuo would be able to see Gabriel and Asher here. It was just that he hadn't thought of them at the moment, so he was a little surprised to see them. After Asher and Gabriel entered the manor, Han Shuo saw some other dignitaries of Kossi Empire arriving in their luxurious carriages. That great merchant Sophie whom he met at the auction house today was clearly on the invitation list. Han Shuo had long noticed him chatting merrily and wittily inside. Even that upper-class lady who had previously bid for the virid leaf was among them. She was wearing a bright evening gown. Although she looked splendid and alluring, she had a frown on her face. Evidently, she had a very heavy heart. Han Shuo, who was observing from afar on someone else's roof, was pondering over where the virid leaf could possibly appear. His consciousness constantly lingered around the manor. Those who were most likely to vie for the virid leaf were all here. Han Shuo believed that the virid leaf must be in the manor. Suddenly, Han Shuo creased his brows. Then, he forced a smile and looked behind him, saying, "Why are you here?" "Hehe, I've long noticed that you were absent-minded tonight. I knew you would definitely do something bad tonight, so I left some fragrance on your body. Then, I followed the scent and chased after you. Mph, you want to shake me off? No way. Sophie, who was gliding over on her Pegasus, said with a complacent smile. Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment, then immediately reacted. Previously, when he was fooling around with Sophie, he had taken the opportunity to lean against Sophie. His body was stained with Sophie's delicate fragrance. Han Shoror thought it was a normal phenomenon and didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't expect that it was actually Sophie who did it on purpose. Young miss, if you follow me, sooner or later you will suffer greatly, Han Shoror said helplessly. He really didn't know how to treat Sophie. Even I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Sophie let out a soft groan. Soon after, she said excitedly, you suspect that the thing was taken away by Braque, so you came to investigate, right? Nope. Han Shoror replied. While Sophie was flabbergasted, he opened his mouth again. I came to rob it. As long as I find that thing, I will rob it at all costs. I will kill whoever gets in my way. Don't scare me, I'm not going to do it. Sophie thought that Han Shoror was joking with her and said with a chuckle. Shaking his head, Han Shoror let out a sigh. He thought to himself that women are indeed strange. They don't believe me when I tell them the truth, but take a lie seriously. His eyes glistening as he stared at the banquet in the distance, Han Shoror pondered on how to search for the virile leaf. Suddenly, Han Shoror thought of Wood Elite Zombie. As a bizarre creature refined from the place of extreme wood, Wood Elite Zombie should be more sensitive to the virile leaf that was of the same origin. When he thought of this, Han Shoror immediately took a few steps back. Disregarding Sophie, who was watching from the side, he immediately summoned Wood Elite Zombie. Hey! Why did you summon a zombie warrior? Sophie was very astonished by Han Shoror's actions and asked puzzledly. Han Shoror did not answer Sophie. Instead, using his consciousness, he started to explain to Wood Elite Zombie about the miraculous and unique energy of the virile leaf. As Han Shoror explained, he could sense Wood Elite Zombie's excitement. Although he had not refined the virile leaf for a long time, he understood what the golden cudgel of the fire lotus meant to fire and metal elite zombies. Now that he had the opportunity to own a treasure of his own, Wood Elite Zombie was naturally indescribably excited. After Han Shoror explained everything, Han Shoror immediately saw Wood Elite Zombie gazing at the manor in the distance with excitement. From Wood Elite Zombie's body, a refreshing energy of nature was gradually released. He seemed to be sensing the existence of the virile leaf through this method. Hey! Is that thing on him? Why do I feel that he is that thing? Sophie was startled. She suddenly pointed at Wood Elite Zombie and cried out in astonishment. Of course not. If that thing was on him, why would I come here? Han Shoror retorted. Then, he explained, that thing is very useful to him. The reason why I'm willing to purchase it at a high price is so that he can use it. Give it to him? A zombie warrior? You are truly an interesting person. Sophie looked as though she had been defeated by Han Shoror. She pointed at Wood Elite Zombie in disbelief and cried out in surprise. You wouldn't understand. Han Shoror did not explain too much and only paid attention to Wood Elite Zombie. Under Wood Elite Zombie's manipulation, the plants around the manor swayed even though there was no wind. It looked very bizarre. A refreshing and natural feeling filled the entire manor, as though the manor was being covered by the virile leaf. Suddenly, Han Shoror saw Wood Elite Zombie's body tremble. His consciousness sensed that Wood Elite Zombie was incomparably excited. The aura of nature on his body grew stronger and stronger. Han Shoror was startled. He immediately understood that Wood Elite Zombie must have sensed the existence of the virile leaf. He hastily asked in pleasant surprise, You found that thing? Wood Elite Zombie nodded like a chick pecking at grains. He seemed indescribably excited. Pointing at the hall in the distance, Wood Elite Zombie transmitted, It's inside. It's inside. Who is it on him? Point it out to me. Han Shoror was immediately amazed. This soft shout was not communicated through his consciousness, but a genuine shout. Following this soft shout, Wood Elite Zombie pointed at the great aristocrats gathered in the hall and hastily described to Han Shoror, that, very fat, it's a fatty, he's inside the ring. Sophie, who was at the side, watched as Han Shoror shouted at Wood Elite Zombie. Then, Wood Elite Zombie pointed at the people in the hall with an anxious face, as though he was describing something to Han Shaw. At this moment, Sophie was somewhat dumbstruck. She looked at Wood Elite Zombie and Han Shaw in bewilderment, unable to figure out what was going on between this man and zombie. It was at this moment that the space ring on Sophie's finger, who was chatting cheerfully with an elegant and beautiful woman, suddenly exploded. Sophie's left hand was immediately blasted into a bloody mess. While Sophie was screaming miserably, the viride leaf slowly flew out from his space ring. Then, amidst Sophie's screams, it rapidly flew towards Wood Elite Zombie at high speed. The aristocrats who were chatting and laughing in the hall heard Sophie's sudden scream. Each and every one of them focused their attention on Sophie. They could clearly see the bloody mess on Sophie's left hand, as well as the leaf-shaped viride leaf that was gradually flying out of the hall. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Sophie, who was hiding in the dark, was dumbfounded. Even Han Shaw was dumbfounded. He had absolutely no idea how Wood Elite Zombie did it. "Ah! Catch it! Catch it!" Sophie screamed miserably. He hastily pointed at the slowly flying viride leaf with his right hand and shouted. In the hall, Brack's complexion slightly changed. Before he could instruct his subordinates to act, that upper-class woman who once participated in the auction had already dashed out. Her two hands grabbed the edge of her long skirt that tripped her legs, and chased after the viride leaf without a care for her manners. Chapter 494. The strange changes happening to Sophie's body attracted the attention of all the guests in the hall. The sudden pursuit of the viride leaf by that upper-class woman who participated in the auction house's auction was even more astonishing to everyone. From the moment the space ring on Sophie's left hand exploded and the viride leaf flew out from within, apart from his unceasing miserable howls, the hall suddenly quietened down. Brack stared blankly for only a moment. Immediately, in a deep voice, he ordered Thuram beside him in a low voice, "Seize it first." Without another word, Thuram followed closely behind that upper-class woman and rapidly rushed towards the viride leaf that was flying outside. Han Shaw, who was on a roof outside the manor, was somewhat dazed for a moment. He stared blankly at the viride leaf flying in his direction. The gazes of everyone in the manor were cast in their direction. Without even thinking, Han Shaw knew that he and Sophie must have been exposed. "What's going on?" Han Shaw hastily asked Wood Elite Zombie. The abnormality of this viride leaf was obviously caused by Wood Elite Zombie. However, what Han Shaw did not expect was that Wood Elite Zombie actually possessed such a remarkable ability. "Yes, it flew over by itself," Wood Elite Zombie answered somewhat uncertainly, as though he was very innocent. Han Shaw stared blankly for a moment. Soon after, he recalled the legend of the 5 elemental treasures. In the account of the 5 elemental treasures left behind by Chu Kanglan, it was stated that the 5 elemental treasures and the 5 elite zombies had a miraculous telepathy. The 5 elemental treasures that were nurtured in the place of extreme 5 elements for millions of years not only possessed miraculous powers, but also possessed the remarkable ability to choose their own masters. As a treasure nurtured in the place of extreme wood, once the wood attribute treasure viride leaf sensed the aura of life of the same origin coming from Wood Elite Zombie, it would obviously regard Wood Elite Zombie as its most suitable master. It automatically broke free from the shackles of Sophie's space ring and flew towards the Wood Elite Zombie of its choice. This became its instinctive reaction. "So that's how it is. Then let's hurry up and collect them," Han Shaw immediately shouted after getting the Wood Elite Zombie's hint. Right at this moment, the noblewoman and Thuram were about to catch up to the wood attribute treasure, the viride leaf. Moreover, the experts in the manor had also noticed the hiding place of Han Shaw and Sophie. Some of them were already rapidly encircling them. The one leading them was an expert with a calm and unruffled expression. He was none other than Sophie's father, Sacred Knight Sulo. Sophie watched as her father Sulo approached, and the anxiety in her heart was reflected on her face. She fidgeted and said softly, "Hurry up, my father is coming." Under Han Shaw's command, Wood Elite Zombie was rather flustered. However, as the viride leaf had yet to acknowledge him as its master, Wood Elite Zombie was unable to control the viride leaf from such a distance. Han Shoror and the other two could only watch as the noblewoman and Thuram gradually approached the viride leaf. However, when the viride leaf flew to the side of a large tree, a bizarre transformation suddenly occurred. With a sudden flash, the viride leaf bizarrely vanished into the large tree. By the time the noblewoman and Thuram arrived in front of the large tree, the viride leaf was nowhere to be seen. Thuram was stunned. He had no idea what was going on. He reached out and drew the long sword that he always carried. It seemed that he intended to destroy the large tree and dig out the viride leaf. No. At this moment, the noblewoman suddenly extended her hand to stop Thuram. Under Thuram's astonished and puzzled gaze, the noblewoman quickly took out a magic staff that was intertwined like tree roots and started chanting an incantation in a low voice. As the noblewoman chanted, the large tree in front of her began to tremble as though it had come to life. Its branches extended like the tentacles of an octopus. A bizarre energy instantly filled the large tree, causing it to move. "She's a druid." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. It was only at this moment that the crowd discovered the true identity of the noblewoman. The druids of the druidic order rarely left the great forest. This noblewoman possessed the mysterious energy of nature, yet she appeared at a gathering of celebrities dressed in a luxurious gown. It was obviously very rare. Therefore, the crowd only discovered her identity after she made her move. After the crowd discovered that she was a druid, their gazes towards the noblewoman were filled with even more amazement. After the noblewoman chanted a string of incantations, the large tree gradually stopped shaking and returned to normal. Sigh. The noblewoman softly sighed, shook her head, and said in a very dispirited manner, "It seems that the druidic order can't retract the hand of goddess." While the noblewoman was sighing helplessly, Wood Elite Zombie, on the other hand, was lightly trembling with excitement. The viride leaf that had vanished from the large tree had somehow appeared in Wood Elite Zombie's palm. Wood Elite Zombie held the wood attribute treasure viride leaf in his palms with both hands, appearing extremely precious. "Father, I've got it too, I've got it." Wood Elite Zombie excitedly repeated these few words. "Who's there?" Sacred Knight Sorrow, who had yet to arrive, had already shouted from afar. His momentum was rather astonishing. "Hurry up and leave," Sophie urged Han Shoror as she turned around. It seemed that she was ready to slip away. Now that the viride leaf was in his hands, there was no need for Han Shoror to stay here any longer. Disregarding Wood Elite Zombie's indescribable excitement, Han Shoror chanted a necromancy incantation and sent Wood Elite Zombie back to the netherworld. Just as Han Shoror was about to soar into the sky and leave, he discovered that Sulo had already crossed a great distance and was rushing over. Sulo was about to shout for Han Shoror and Sophie to stop when he suddenly saw the spotlessly white Pegasus. Sulo was immediately silenced. His eyes widened as he looked at Han Shoror and Sophie, forcibly stopping himself from shouting. "Fei, what the hell are you doing? Who is this person?" Sulo's originally loud shout suddenly turned into an extremely low, angry rebuke. Before Sophie and Han Shoror could open their mouths, Sulo's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "No matter what, leave this place first. I'll settle the score with you later." "I'm sorry, father," Sophie answered with a bitter face. Seeing that the others in the manor were about to arrive, she tugged at Han Shoror and said, "Let's go." "My apologies." Han Shoror took the time to salute Sulo and quickly followed behind Sophie. After returning to the small hotel, Han Shoror was in a good mood. He wasn't the least bit worried about what had happened in Braku Manor. There was no reason for Han Shoror to be unhappy that he didn't have to spend 300,000 gold coins to obtain the viride leaf. No one in Braku Manor, including Sulo, was of any concern to Han Shoror. Therefore, even when Sulo saw him and Sophie together, Han Shoror wasn't worried in the slightest. In contrast to Han Shoror, Sophie had a distressed expression the moment she returned. She kept nagging about what she should do. Han Shoror tried every possible way to persuade Sophie for a while before she finally returned to her room to sleep, somewhat vexed. There were still 2 more days until the auction. From the Dark Mantle's information, there really were many priceless treasures up for auction this time. Especially on the last day, it was said that there were even some extremely rare materials. The Dark Mantle wasn't able to find out exactly what those materials were, but Han Shoror was already looking forward to the auction items on the third day. Seeing that it was still early, Han Shoror once again took out Gilbert's soul depository ring, which contained the Dark Dragon, and chatted with Gilbert for a while. The main reason for doing so was to maintain the liveliness of Gilbert's soul, lest he was contaminated with too much of a lifeless aura. In the future, when he rebuilt his physical body, it would be difficult for him to recover his original spirit. Seeing that it was still early, Han Shoror once again took out Gilbert's soul depository ring, which contained the Dark Dragon, and chatted with Gilbert for a while. The main reason he did so was to maintain the liveliness of Gilbert's soul, lest he was contaminated with too much lifeless aura. In the future, when he rebuilt his physical body, it would be difficult for him to recover his original spirit. While Gilbert continued his cultivation, Han Shoror once again began to diligently study the abstruse books on necromancy magic. Han Shoror had always believed that the reason he had yet to master the boundary of aging was because his understanding of the essence of necromancy magic was insufficient. He believed that after accumulating knowledge to a certain level, he would certainly make a leap in necromancy magic. Han Shoror was startled. He immediately understood that the six-horned tribal king of the soul race had once again established a connection with him. It seemed that after such a long time, the six-horned tribal king of the soul race must have recovered from the injuries he sustained during his battle with the Saintess of the Church of Light. After a moment of astonishment, Han Shoror began to feel excited. Han Shoror, who could conceal his consciousness, was no longer afraid of the threat of the six-horned tribal king. Han Shoror was certain that if Statholm the Old Monster and Tiana had yet to fuse their souls with the origin crystal, the six-horned tribal king would certainly have sensed the presence of the other two. Previously, Han Shoror had been regretting his failure to bring the six-horned tribal king to the Shrine of Ice. Now that the threat of the six-horned tribal king had been revealed, Han Shoror began to feel excited instead. Therefore, not only did Han Shoror not immediately activate his consciousness, he even used the miraculous power of his consciousness to transmit a provocative aura to the six-horned tribal king who was thousands of miles away in the Brut Merchant Alliance's Tarag Canyon. The aura contained Han Shoror's contempt and disdain for him. As expected, as soon as Han Shoror transmitted his provocative aura, he immediately sensed the six-horned tribal king's wrath and boundless killing intent. What made Han Shoror even more delighted was that he discovered that the six-horned tribal king's position had already begun to move towards his location. Chapter 495. On the second day, Han Shoror did not go to the auction house. As he had received information from the Dark Mantle beforehand, Han Shoror knew that the auction items today would not interest him. Early in the morning, Sophie came looking for Han Shoror. After learning that Han Shoror would not be going to the auction house today, Sophie excitedly dragged Han Shoror to several scenic spots in the vicinity. As the host, Sophie did her duty as the host. Sophie brought Han Shoror to several famous scenic spots in the vicinity of Kossi Empire's Siro city. Along the way, Han Shoror was somewhat absent-minded. He could sense the six-horned tribal king of the soul race approaching. The threat from the sixth-level tribal king was a constant reminder to Han Shoror, making it difficult for Han Shoror to relax and enjoy the pleasure of sightseeing to his heart's content. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the third day, Han Shoror finally mustered up enough energy to go to the auction house again. With the experience from the day before yesterday, when Han Shoror had just arrived at the auction house, the person in charge, Zaria, very promptly rushed to Han Shoror's side. He said to Han Shoror apologetically, "I'm very sorry, we have yet to find the item. Please give us a little more time." Having obtained the virid leaf, Han Shoror very magnanimously nodded and said, "No problem. Thank you. We will definitely find the item as soon as possible." Zaria appeared very embarrassed. He beckoned to the guards and instructed, "Entertain our honored guests well." With the magnificent feat of bidding for 300,000 gold coins the day before yesterday, the way these people looked at Han Shoror today was obviously different. After the auction began, Han Shoror did not say much. He merely released his consciousness and inspected some of the people in the auction house. Soon after, he focused his attention on the auction items. Han Shoror was not interested in the first few auction items. Han Shoror sat there in silence and did not make a move, merely waiting for the best quality materials that might appear later on. "Mister, may I sit by your side?" At this moment, the noblewoman who had appeared at Brack's banquet suddenly walked up to Han Shoror. She stopped in front of Han Shoror and gracefully asked, "Oh, of course." Han Shoror replied casually. He glanced at the noblewoman and was a little surprised. He didn't know what this woman wanted to do. Yesterday at Brack's banquet, Han Shoror learned that she was a druid. In Kossi Empire, the Shrine of Ice reigned supreme. Very few other religious organizations would come and go, and the members of the Druidic Order were even rarer. Han Shoror had dealings with Caspian, the great druid of the Druidic Order. He knew that the doctrine of the Druidic Order was to yearn for a natural and harmonious life. Among them, true great druids rarely came and went in the flourishing human society. Even if they preached the doctrine of the Druidic Order in human society, they would do so in the areas with lush vegetation. Han Shoror rarely saw a druid like her who frequented the upper class. Yesterday, this woman addressed the wood attribute treasure Virid leaf as the hand of the goddess. It appeared that she had some understanding of the Virid leaf. The Druidic Order revered nature, and the wood attribute treasure could make plants of the wood attribute exuberant with vitality. It also possessed some wonderful miraculous effects. This woman regarded the Virid leaf as the hand of the goddess of nature, which was rather interesting. "My name is Lillian, a druid of the Druidic Order," she introduced herself to Han Shoror after sitting down. Han Shoror nodded at her with a faint smile and did not say much. This woman named Lillian must have come for something. Based on Han Shoror's observation of her, what she wanted to say must have something to do with the Virid leaf. "I hope you can sell me the hand of the goddess of nature. The hand of the goddess belongs to the Druidic Order. I hope you can fulfill our wish," Lillian said in a low voice as her eyes focused on Han Shoror. This woman appeared to be around 30 years of age. She had a fair face and a graceful figure. Her looks were not particularly outstanding and could barely be described as elegant. However, there was a kind of dignified and reserved demeanor that only a true upper-class lady possessed. When this kind of temperament was put on her, it made her, who originally did not have outstanding looks, have a different kind of attractiveness. Han Shoror's eyes swept across Lillian's body and said with a faint smile, "You know, that thing is not in my hands. I'm very sorry." Lillian's bright eyes looked at Han Shoror. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "What if that thing is in your hands?" Han Shoror frowned. His expression turned somewhat cold as he said, "What do you mean?" Under Han Shoror's gaze, Lillian suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She felt as though she had fallen into an ice cave. In the noisy auction hall, Lillian actually did not feel the slightest sense of security. As a druid of the Druidic Order, Lillian's senses were much sharper than the average person. She immediately knew what this feeling meant. If this seemingly simple and honest fatty in front of her wanted to kill her, she would not have the slightest ability to resist. Lillian was aghast. She hastily explained, "I mean, if the auction house helps you find the hand of the goddess of our Druidic Order, can you sell it to us? We are willing to buy it at a higher price." At this time, Sophie, who was standing beside Han Shoror, tugged at the corner of his clothes. It seemed that Sophie had also sensed the murderous aura coming from Han Shoror. That was why she had reminded Han Shoror of the current situation. The coldness on his face receded. Han Shoror put on a normal smile and laughed, "So that's how it is. Hee, when the auction house helps me find it, we can discuss this matter again." 2 days ago, this woman seemed to be lacking money. Who would have thought that after just 1 day, she would actually be willing to sell it at a high price? It seemed that this woman had raised the money, otherwise she wouldn't have said this. Lillian saw the perfunctory expression on Han Shoror's face. She looked at Han Shoror with a somewhat pleading look and said, "Sir, that thing is very important to our Druidic Order. If you are willing to sell it to us, our Druidic Order will be very grateful to you. I reckon that I won't be able to obtain that thing. If you have the time, you might as well communicate with the auction house. Who knows, They might have another one. Han Shoror would absolutely not hand over the viride leaf to anyone. This item had an immeasurable effect on Wood Elite Zombie. Han Shoror still had to rely on Wood Elite Zombie to fully unleash the might of the Penta-Elemental Undead formation. Lillian looked at Han Shoror, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, perhaps because she recalled the frightening murderous aura coming from Han Shoror, she did not continue speaking. For some unknown reason, looking at Lillian's hesitant expression, Han Shoror faintly felt that she seemed to know that the viride leaf was in his hands. It was a very strange feeling. Han Shoror carefully observed Lillian, and seemed to understand something from her persistent gaze. How did she know? That's not very possible. Han Shoror was baffled. After hesitating for a moment, he probed, "How many gold coins can you offer?" Upon hearing these words, Lillian was pleasantly surprised. "You're willing to sell it to us?" Lillian's pleasant surprise was a subconscious reaction. Han Shoror, who was staring at her closely, could see it clearly. This meant that she was certain that the item was in his hands. That was why she had such a pleasant surprise reaction. In this way, Han Shoror was certain that although he didn't know how she did it, she definitely knew that the viride leaf was in his hands. "If the price is reasonable, I will consider selling it to you after I get my hands on it," Han Shoror casually replied. 350,000 gold coins. "What do you think?" Lillian hastily said. "It seems that they're still not that wealthy. Only 50,000 gold coins, that's all," thought Han Shoror. 400,000 gold coins, 400,000 at most. "I beg you, that's all we can offer." Seeing that Han Shoror didn't respond, Lillian thought that Han Shoror wasn't satisfied with the price of 350,000 gold coins. She said to Han Shoror in a nearly pleading manner, "If it weren't for the fact that the viride leaf was really important to Wood Elite Zombie, Han Shoror might have agreed to it. The price is pretty good. I will consider it." Han Shoror helplessly sighed in his heart and replied to Lillian with a courteous smile. The brain-eating magical beast is a very strange magical beast. It doesn't have a magical crystal core and survives by eating the brains of humans and magical beasts. It is said that it can only be found in the depths of the easternmost sea of Profound Continent. It is extremely difficult to capture. If someone gives birth to a mentally handicapped child, as long as the child eats the brain-eating magical beast, his intelligence will be restored and he will be even smarter than the average child. In addition, it was at this moment that the auctioneer's high-pitched voice sounded. Han Shoror, who was talking to Lillian, suddenly had an ecstatic expression on his face. For the first time, he focused his attention and no longer paid any attention to Lillian's incessant chatter beside him. His eyes were fixed on the items being auctioned on the stage. In Chu Kanglan's memories, the brain-eating magical beast was called the brain-eating demon. It was an extremely rare and mystical beast. Han Shoror was most worried about the reconstruction of Gilbert's brain after his physical body was reforged. However, if he had the brain-eating demon, Han Shoror wouldn't have to worry about this. As long as this last problem was resolved, Han Shoror could gather some materials and immediately start reforging Gilbert's physical body. Therefore, the brain-eating demon was the same as the wood attribute treasure, the viride leaf. Han Shoror was determined to obtain it. Chapter 496. The brain-devouring demon was a type of marine soft-bodied exotic beast that could drill into the brain through the eyes, nostrils, and ears of humans and beasts. It lived by sucking the brains of humans and beasts. They only appeared in the deepest part of the ocean. Their bodies were made of soft bodies that could be quickly reattached even if they were cut into several pieces. Apart from being burned by raging flames, they were practically unafraid of any attack. And in the depths of the ocean, it was extremely difficult for an average person to harm them with raging flames. According to Han Shoror's knowledge, the brain-devouring demon was a rare exotic beast that had many uses. It could be used as medicine to refine intelligence pills, it could be used to reattach severed limbs, and by using demonic arts and a few special materials, it could be refined into a sound-quality demonic weapon that could shatter the brains of humans and beasts. Of course, the most miraculous thing was its ability to repair the brains of humans and beasts. Perhaps because the brain-devouring demon consumed the brains of humans and beasts, its body had a miraculous ability to repair the human brain. For a demonic arts cultivator like Han Shoror, he could make use of the miraculous effects of the brain-devouring demon's body to recreate an exact replica of himself according to his own brain. In this way, even if his brain was shattered in battle, as long as his consciousness did not disperse, he could use the brain refined by the brain-devouring demon to replace it. He could still live a carefree and happy life. In order to reconstruct Gilbert's fleshly body, Han Shoror's biggest headache was the reconstruction of Gilbert's brain. The brain-devouring demon was one of those rare exotic beasts that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Han Shoror had never thought that he would be able to obtain one. He had even made plans to use other materials to replace Gilbert's brain structure. Little did he expect that he would be able to see such a treasure in the auction house. Therefore, when the auctioneer shrieked and explained the miraculous effects of the brain-devouring demon, Han Shoror was so excited that he no longer cared about Lillian's obsession with the virile leaf. The brain-devouring demon, the base price is 10,000 gold coins. The highest bidder wins. After a series of shouts, the auctioneer announced the start of the auction in an impassioned tone. It seemed like there were quite a few people who knew their stuff. Just as the auctioneer's shriek ended, rows of eye-catching red bidding lights on the second and third floor began to light up one after another. In a few VIP rooms, there were even uncontrollable gasps from excitement. Evidently, some people were very obsessed with this auction item. The son of the Minister of Finance, the grandson of the Minister of War, and the daughter of the head magus of the royal court all seemed to be a bit retarded. Sophie blinked her long, bright eyes, and sighed in a low voice, as if in sorrow for these poor creatures. No wonder, Han Shoror thought to himself. He immediately understood that today would be another tough battle. He could not help but focus all his attention on the brain-devouring fiend on the table, listening to the rising price as he waited for the right time to intervene. Suddenly, Han Shoror had a bad feeling. This feeling did not originate from the six-horned tribal king of the soul race that was gradually approaching him. Han Shoror carefully sensed for a moment and suddenly discovered that the temperature of the entire auction house had slowly dropped by a few degrees. Han Shoror furrowed his brows and instantly understood. His consciousness immediately spread out like a spiderweb, extending outwards bit by bit with him as the center. Not the slightest change in the entire area could escape Han Shoror's perception. Dressed in a snow-white magical robe, the water element demigod Magus Tiana had appeared on top of a building outside the auction house. Her face was solemn, and her entire body was wreathed in mist. Her long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and she held a magic staff in her hand. Her eyes were closed as she muttered some mystical incantation. At the entrance of the auction house, Ice Celestial Kori stood tall and straight with his sword in his hand. He raised his head to look at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was standing on top of the auction house, as though they were silently communicating something. Ice Celestial Kori and Snow Celestial Tiana of the Shrine of Ice, the most powerful demigod existences in Kossi Empire, had suddenly gathered in the auction house. It was very clear what this meant. His whereabouts had been exposed. Having experienced many years of wars, Han Shoror had seen all sorts of situations. Even after discovering that things had come to this, he still did not show any signs of panic. There was even a hint of a tranquil smile on his face. He turned his head to take a deep look at Sophie beside him, and said in a low voice that only she could hear, "Sophie, get away from me. Find a washroom and restore your original appearance." "Why?" Sophie was somewhat baffled and puzzled. "If you believe me, then do as I say. Otherwise, you will bring me trouble." Han Shoror knew that Sophie was the kind of person who would not watch him suffer without doing anything. If he said that not doing as he said would bring Sophie trouble, Sophie would certainly be displeased. "Your enemy is here, isn't it?" However, Han Shoror had underestimated Sophie's intelligence. She only stared blankly for a moment before immediately coming to her senses. She began to look around vigilantly, as though wanting to help Han Shoror uncover the enemy first. Han Shoror sighed inwardly. He knew that if he did not employ some special means, Sophie would not be easily dismissed. Just as the crowd continued to raise the price for the brain-devourer demon, Han Shoror, who had been sitting there quietly all along, suddenly stood up. "Hey! Friend number 83, you haven't made a move yet today. What's up? Are you planning to make a move?" shouted the auctioneer when he saw Han Shoror suddenly stand up. He thought that Han Shoror could no longer restrain himself and had finally made a move. He was even more excited than Han Shoror. The auctioneer had already witnessed Han Shoror's boldness the day before yesterday. He had presided over several auctions and had rarely seen a character who would raise the price by more than 50,000 gold coins every time. Therefore, after Han Shoror had appeared today, the auctioneer had been secretly observing Han Shoror. He was the first to discover that Han Shoror had just stood up. Moreover, he had even shouted in his unique voice, "Yes, I'm planning to make a move." Han Shoror smiled faintly. His smile was somewhat strange and evil. The auctioneer laughed heartily. Just as he was about to say a few words to liven up the atmosphere, his expression suddenly stiffened. He looked at Han Shoror, unable to react in time. What are you doing?" Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Han Shoror, with a speed that did not match his body size at all, crossed the air and landed on the platform at lightning speed. Before the crowd could react, the brain-devouring imp that was stored in a special container was already in Han Shoror's hand. Han Shoror fiddled with it for a moment, nodded his head, and immediately stored the brain-devourer demon into his space ring. It was as if the brain-devourer demon was something that had fallen to the ground in his house, and he casually picked it up. It was unspeakably natural. This is against the rules. This is completely against the rules. Suddenly, flustered and exasperated shouts came from the second and third floors. Those fellows whose sons and grandsons were mentally retarded also started to make a ruckus as if they were retarded. "How many gold coins have you bid for?" Facing the gazes of everyone on and off the stage, Han Shoror asked the auctioneer with a wondrous smile on his face. "Friend, no matter how many gold coins you have, isn't doing this a little too unorthodox?" On the third floor, Bra-Q was standing by the window. His expression was clearly displeased, but his tone was still somewhat restrained. This was the credit of his many years of aristocratic education. Raising his head to look at Bra-Q on the third floor, his condescending manner made Han Shoror very unhappy. Therefore, Han Shoror stuck out his big belly, revealed a silly smile, and said to Bra-Q in an uncourteous manner, "None of your business." The audience was in an uproar. Compared to Han Shoror's bold and unrestrained bidding the last time, the uproar this time was even more fervent. The majority of the audience was staring at Han Shoror like wooden chickens. They really couldn't understand how this seemingly simple and honest fatty could have such a bizarre and audacious behavior. Watching Han Shoror's unconventional performance from below the stage, Sophie simply didn't know what to do. She looked at Brack's unsightly face of disbelief, and then looked at the insufferably arrogant Han Shoror. At this moment, Sophie was both carefree and worried. Throughout his life, Bra-Q had never been so humiliated in public. As a core descendant of the Pillen royal family, everyone would deliberately fawn over Bra-Q when they saw him. Even the most boorish commoners and bandits would conceal their usual boorishness. Unexpectedly, truly unexpectedly, in this auction house where celebrities congregate, a simple and honest fatty of unknown origin would actually say none of your business to him in front of everyone. Brack's usual elegance and gentleness had vanished without a trace. Even his disguise of hiding a dagger behind a smile had been torn apart. With an ashen face, he pointed at Han Shoror and said with a somewhat trembling voice, What did you say? Say it again if you have the guts." "None of your business. None of your business. None of your business." Han Shoror very cooperatively repeated 3 times in a row. Soon after, he extended 3 fingers and added, 3 times. The auctioneer looked at Bra-Q with trepidation and hastily said in a loud voice, "Mister, although it was because of us that something went wrong with your item the day before yesterday, you still can't do this today. Thuram, get rid of him for me. No matter who he is, anyone who offends the House of Pillen is a capital offense." Bra-Q could no longer hold back his anger. With his body trembling, he pointed at Han Shoror and ordered the bodyguards beside him to kill. "Yes, young master." Without another word, Thuram raised the long sword in his hand and leaped down from the third floor. Silver fighting aura overflowed from him, making him look extremely splendid and beautiful. However, before Thuram could slash down with his sword, Hanshoro, who was all smiles as he raised his head and looked at Bra-Q, blasted his fist upwards from the platform. A streak of red light flashed and collided with the silver fighting aura that was slashing down. A burst of concentrated sounds of metal clashing instantly erupted. Thuram and the long sword in his hand flew high up from the bombardment of the red light, shooting straight towards Brack's room on the third floor. The speed at which Thuram was flying upwards was even faster than when he was descending. Just as Bra-Q was about to be hit by Thuram, a figure suddenly appeared and hastily reached out to catch Thuram, lest Thuram hurt Bra-Q. The person who suddenly reached out to catch Thuram was naturally Sophie's father, Sulo. When the sacred knight caught Thuram, he discovered that several bones in Thuram's chest and abdomen were broken. An enormous force transmitted from Thuram's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Sulo's complexion abruptly changed. He thought to himself, who is this person? How can he possess such frightening strength? Chapter 497. How many gold coins? Asked Hanshor again as he looked at the auctioneer under everyone's astonished gazes. Outside the auction house, the ice goddess and snow goddess of the Shrine of Ice had gathered. More and more experts were gathering here, gradually surrounding Hanshor. It seemed that they had no intention of letting Hanshor leave this place alive. 150,000 gold coins, answered the auctioneer involuntarily under Hanshor's imposing manner. Nodding, Hanshor took out 3 magic crystal cards from his space ring, each with a face value of 50,000 gold coins. He tossed them to the auctioneer from afar, saying, "Here's 150,000 gold coins. I'm taking it." These 3 magic crystal cards required no password or procedures. As long as the owner confirmed inside, the card could be used to withdraw gold coins from any magic crystal trading firm. When Hanshor left Brettel City, Jack had specially prepared them for convenience. For example, the race of dwarfs did not have a magic crystal device that could convert gold coins. If Hanshor relied solely on his own magic crystal card, he would not be able to deliver large amounts of gold coins to the dwarfs. It was obviously much more convenient to use these magic crystal cards. But, the auctioneer obviously knew that the true value of the brain-devouring demon could be even higher. After hastily catching the 3 magic crystal cards containing 150,000 gold coins, he stared at Hanshor anxiously, wanting to say something. "It's about time." Hanshor snorted lightly. Soon after, he cast a glance at Sophie in the hall, hinting her to leave as soon as possible to avoid trouble. What Hanshor was doing now was simply daylight robbery. As a somewhat famous genius knight in Kossi Empire, although Sophie was delighted by Hanshor's impoliteness towards Bra-Q, she dared not say much to him at this moment, especially when her father, Sacred Knight Sulo, was in Brack's room. Father-in-law. Suddenly, in the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Bra-Q looked at Sacred Knight Sulo anxiously as he looked at Thuram who had fallen to the ground at his feet. There was no one in Kossi Empire who did not know of Sulo's name. When Bra-Q saw Thuram being sent flying by Hanshor's punch, he finally understood how terrifying this simple and honest fatty was in his state of extreme terror. Thankfully, Sulo was by Brack's side. Thus, even though Thuram was injured, Bra-Q was still relatively calm. At this moment, he was looking at Sulo anxiously, obviously hoping that Sulo would help. Sulo was a holy knight. In Brack's mind, a holy knight was the strongest existence on the continent. Sulo understood in his heart that Hanshor and Sophie were certainly familiar with each other. Perhaps the two even had some friendship. But at this moment, Sulo seemed to have no choice in the face of Brack's earnest request. Hence, under Brack's earnest request, Sulo nodded with a heavy expression. "Mister, you have broken the rules of the auction house. I hope you can hand over the item and participate in the auction in the normal way," Sulo said as he stood by the window and looked at Hanshor with a solemn expression. Inside the auction house, The various celebrities who had been shocked by Han Shuo's move suddenly came to their senses. Among these people, some had seen Sacred Knight Sulo before. Now that they heard Sacred Knight Sulo's voice, they were even more astonished and started a clamor of discussion. If it were a large-scale battle, given how cowardly these people were, they would immediately leave this place of trouble. But when they saw that only Han Shuo was here, and Sacred Knight Sulo was here, they couldn't help but stay and observe with curiosity. "Mister, what is the meaning of this?" The person in charge, Zarya, appeared out of nowhere, leading a group of guards. Zarya's expression was rather unsightly as he forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart and questioned Han Shuo. At first, Zarya felt apologetic towards Han Shuo. But after witnessing Han Shuo's audacious behavior backstage, Zarya was truly enraged. Kosi Empire held an auction every 3 years, and such a strange thing had never happened before. No matter how much an ordinary person desired a treasure, they would at most wait until after the auction to make use of the influence in their hands to steal it. But Han Shuo's act of openly robbing a treasure under the watchful eyes of the auction house was something that had never happened before. The situation was clear. Han Shuo had earned everyone's enmity. "My apologies. I had intended to bid according to the rules, but due to some special circumstances, I had no choice but to resort to this." Han Shuo shrugged helplessly at Zarya. Sensing that some experts from the Shrine of Ice were approaching, Han Shuo signaled Sophie with his eyes again and prepared to break through the door and leave. Whoosh! Sacred Knight Sulo suddenly leaped down and landed fiercely on Han Shuo. Sulo did not draw his weapon, but his body naturally exuded a swift and fierce aura. While in midair, Sulo extended both his hands. Golden fighting aura blossomed in his palms like a sun. "No!" Sophie suddenly screamed from below the stage. Seeing that Sulo was not going to kill her, Sophie screamed. Han Shuo creased his brows and shot a glance at Sophie. He suddenly retreated, ignoring Sulo's attack and headed straight for the exit. As Sophie's father, Sulo did not attack Han Shuo the last time they were outside Brack's manor because of Sophie. This time, although he attacked out of consideration for Brack's reputation, he obviously did not go for the kill. Therefore, Han Shuo could not kill Sulo. He could only avoid him and leave as soon as possible. "Friend. Actually, the person they're looking for is me." Just as Han Shuo was about to kick open the stone wall of the auction house and seize the opportunity to leave, an old man in his twilight years suddenly spoke not far behind Han Shuo. This old man had a head of messy green hair that looked like straw covering his head. He looked like he had lived for a very long time. The years had left deep scars on his face. Ever since Han Shuo arrived at the auction house, he had been observing every single person in the auction house. Han Shuo had naturally taken note of this old man as well. It was just that when he first observed this old man, Han Shuo did not pay much attention to him because he did not sense any extraordinary aura from this old man. However, just as Han Shuo was about to leave before the Shrine of Ice was completely set up, the old man's words gave Han Shuo a strange feeling as though he was bathing in a spring breeze. When Han Shuo was startled, he unfolded his consciousness and focused all of it on this old man. He suddenly discovered that under the old man's outer appearance that seemed as though it could sink into the earth at any moment, there was actually a vigorous life force. Within the old man's body, Han Shuo felt the power of a vast green forest. This power was full of exuberant life force, more than 10 times greater than that of Sacred Knight Sulo who was walking over at high speed. Han Shuo understood that the more powerful an existence was, the stronger their life force would be. For this old man to possess such a tremendous life force, and to be able to conceal himself from Han Shuo's consciousness at the very beginning, it meant that he was at least as strong as Han Shuo. Otherwise, Han Shuo would have sensed him. This discovery gave Han Shuo a shock. Soon after, he understood the meaning behind the old man's words. He looked at the old man in astonishment and said, "You're saying that those from the Shrine of Ice outside are after you?" The old man nodded and smiled bitterly. "That's right, it's me." Crack. It was at this moment that a crisp sound was heard from the top of the auction house. The crowd raised their heads in alarm, only to see an enormous hole split open at the top of the auction house. A woman shrouded in a thin layer of mist slowly descended from above. At the same time, the doors of the auction house suddenly opened. Those from the Shrine of Ice, led by Ice Celestial Cori, walked in with grave and stern expressions. "Master Kelly, why didn't you gather with your old friends after coming to Kossi Empire? That's too disrespectful." Ice Celestial Cori laughed heartily as soon as he walked in from outside. Han Shaw took a look at him. Although Ice Celestial Cori was laughing cheerfully, he looked haggard and had a gloomy complexion. It seemed that Cori hadn't been having a good time recently. It made sense. In Han Shaw's hands, the Shrine of Ice's god-making project, which they had spent a huge amount of resources to start, came to a premature end at the critical moment. Not only were all their experts slaughtered by Metal Elite Zombie, they even lost their sacred grade experts. Even in the Shrine of Ice, the number of sacred grade experts could be counted on one's fingers. The death of every sacred grade expert would cause immeasurable losses to the Shrine of Ice. As the supreme leader of the Shrine of Ice, Ice Celestial Cori could only watch helplessly as the strength of the Shrine of Ice not only failed to increase, but was instead weakened bit by bit. It would be strange if he could be happy. As expected, he really wasn't looking for me. Han Shaw was astonished. Then, he discovered that Ice Celestial Cori's gaze had never once landed on him. It seemed that Ice Celestial Cori actually couldn't recognize him without changing his appearance. "Sage, what should we do?" Druid Lillian, who had been chattering incessantly beside Han Shaw, actually came before that old man at this moment and asked respectfully. After hearing Lillian's explanation, Han Shaw suddenly came to a realization. When he looked at this old man again and sensed the vigorous energy within his aged body, he immediately understood that this old man should be a big shot of the Druidic Order. As for why such a big shot would appear in this auction house, Han Shaw also vaguely understood. It seemed that he was here for the so-called Hand of Goddess of the Druidic Order. Chapter 498. Cori, it's indeed been a while. But I didn't come to Kossi Empire this time to find trouble with your Shrine of Ice, nor did I intend to preach the doctrines of our Druidic Order in Kossi Empire. There's no need for you to muster such a large force just for me, right? The old man named Kelly looked at Ice Celestial Cori with a faint smile, as though he was facing a formidable foe. He did not seem to fear this character of the Shrine of Ice. Han Shaw knew that not only did Ice Celestial Cori have absolute power over the Shrine of Ice, but even in Kossi Empire, His Majesty of Kossi Empire would have to heed his words. That was because Ice Celestial Cori was the oldest elder of the Pillan imperial family. For so many years, the Pillan family had firmly grasped the power of Kossi Empire. Every rebellion in Kossi Empire was swiftly suppressed. This was directly related to Ice Celestial Cori. Even the current king of Kossi Empire knew what Ice Celestial Cori meant to the Pillan family and the Kossi Empire. It can't be helped. You don't leave the headquarters of the Druidic Order easily. Now that you have suddenly descended upon our Kossi Empire, I can't help but think that you are here to seek revenge. When Cori treated Kelly, he displayed due respect. Although his actions contained murderous intent, he was still courteous on the surface. The Shrine of Ice had the absolute initiative in Kossi Empire. Ever since the founding of Kossi Empire, the Shrine of Ice had been the state religion of Kossi Empire. For many years, the Shrine of Ice had used its unparalleled influence in Kossi Empire to destroy all religious organizations that were in conflict with it. The Druidic Order, as a religious organization with influence all over the profound continent, had also suffered a devastating blow in Kossi Empire. To this day, there was not a single shrine of the Druidic Order left in Kossi Empire. Even followers of the Druidic Order rarely appeared in Kossi Empire. It was precisely because of the extreme practices of the Shrine of Ice that the experts of the Druidic Order, who had always stood aloof from worldly affairs, flew into a rage. It seemed that they had secretly fought with the Shrine of Ice. Han Shaw wasn't too sure what the outcome was, but he knew from some Dark Mantle records that the Druidic Order held the upper hand for a short while. However, Ice Celestial Cori, as an elder of the royal family of the House of Pillan in Kossi Empire, had the support of the entire Kossi Empire. The Druidic Order were naturally no match for the Shrine of Ice in a prolonged battle in Kossi Empire. Although the Druidic Order held the upper hand in the short term, in the end, their forces were completely driven out of Kossi Empire. Just from the fact that Casey could not find a single church of the Druidic Order, it could be seen that the two churches were at odds with each other. This time, the arrival of the Druidic Order's Kelly, who possessed at least demigod strength, was clearly noticed by Ice Celestial Corey and immediately snuck over. "Citizens of Kossi Empire, please leave the auction house immediately. The rest of today's auction program can be rescheduled." Suddenly, Snow Celestial Tiana, who had been standing at the top of the auction house, gently called out. Inside the auction house, the noisy chatter abruptly quietened down after the representatives of the Shrine of Ice appeared. When they heard Corey's words, they gradually understood some clues. Upon hearing Tiana's words, each and every one of them looked terrified. Without saying a word, they cautiously and quietly left the auction house. In Kossi Empire, some of the true bigwigs were well aware of who was behind the fanatical religious believers of the Shrine of Ice. Obviously, they would not go against the largest organization in Kossi Empire. Some minor nobles who did not understand the identity of the Shrine of Ice and Ice Celestial Corey, who could not even afford to provoke the Shrine of Ice on the surface, naturally left obediently. Moreover, the situation inside the auction house was completely different from before. Just now, it was only Han Shuro who made the first move. With Sacred Knight Sulo here, in addition to the fact that Han Shuro had yet to truly go for the kill, they stayed behind with the attitude of watching a good show. However, when the fanatical religious believers of the Shrine of Ice appeared, they understood that today's matter was by no means as simple as it seemed. In particular, the grudge between the Shrine of Ice and the Druidic Order was something that everyone in Kossi Empire vaguely understood. Many nobles had once learned of the carnage these two religious organizations had stirred up in Kossi Empire many years ago. Therefore, when they discovered that today's matter was related to the long-standing grudge between the two churches, they immediately understood that there would be a bloody battle in this auction house. As people of high status, they naturally would not be exposed to unknown dangers at any time in this place. Therefore, the wisest choice was to run as far away as possible. The Druidic Order was a religion that believed in nature and valued life. They never advocated the indiscriminate killing of the innocent. Therefore, although Kelly and Lillian knew that Snow Celestial Tiana was doing this to deal with them without any misgivings, they did not make a move and use these people to threaten the Shrine of Ice. Old ancestor. Braque, who was on the third floor, had once been informed of the relationship between the Shrine of Ice and the House of Pillin by his father. He had even seen the magical image of Ice Celestial Corey. When Braque came down from the third floor, he suddenly discovered that Ice Celestial Corey was the legendary character of the House of Pillin that even his father revered like a god, Ice Celestial Corey. Although Ice Celestial Corey very rarely left the Shrine of Ice, he knew the members of the House of Pillin and some personnel changes like the back of his hand. So much so that several of the most important personnel changes were personally ordered by him before the king of Kossi Empire carried them out. When Braque's cry of surprise rang out, Ice Celestial Corey was first taken aback. Soon after, he gave Braque a few glances and revealed a rare smile, saying, "You are little Braque, right? Haha, not bad, kid. Work hard." "Yes, old ancestor. Old ancestor actually knows me." Upon hearing Ice Celestial Corey's praise, Braque, who had always been gloomy, actually became uncontrollably excited. He looked at Ice Celestial Corey with excitement, practically forgetting who he was. Nodding, Ice Celestial Corey smiled and said, "You should leave too. You don't have to stay in this place. If it were anyone else, even if it were the king of Kossi Empire or Braque's father who said those words to him, Braque might still be a little stubborn. However, when faced with the most legendary character of the House of Pillin, Braque did not put up the slightest resistance. He respectfully performed a family salute towards Corey, obediently uttered a yes, and obediently walked out. From beginning to end, both Kelly and Lillian of the Druidic Order helplessly looked at the Shrine of Ice's arrangements. Not a single one of them made a move to stop them, nor did they capture any hostage to threaten the Shrine of Ice. Such was the doctrine of the Druidic Order. They were not the kind of people who would resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. Just like how Lillian knew that the hand of goddess of the Druidic order was in Han Shuor's hands, even though she thought that Han Shuor was just an ordinary fatty, and that she had Kelly by her side, she still humbly pleaded with Han Shuor, intending to use an open and above-board transaction to exchange for the hand of goddess in Han Shuor's hands. She did not use Kelly's exceedingly formidable strength to threaten Han Shuor. The Druidic order was a truly pure religion on profound continent. They were kind, upright, and did not have too much ambition. They believed in nature and fairness. Han Shuor observed for a moment. In addition to his previous contact with the great Druid Caspian, he naturally had a favorable impression of the Druidic order. If not for the virid leaf having such an immeasurable effect on wood elite zombie, perhaps Han Shuor really wouldn't have made things difficult for them. Sighing in his heart, Han Shuor looked at Kelly, and then looked at Ice Celestial Corey, who was standing at the entrance, blocking the way. He suddenly came to a decision. By this time, many of the people in the auction house had already walked out. Even Bra Q, under the indication of his elder, Ice Celestial Corey, was making his way outside. When Sacred Knight Sulo discovered the arrival of Ice Celestial Corey, he greeted Sulo from afar. Soon after, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he ferociously signaled Sophie, who was in disguise. The resoluteness in his eyes simply did not allow Sophie to refuse. Sophie understood from Sulo's gaze that Sulo was truly enraged this time. She understood her father's temperament all too well. She knew just how severe the consequences would be if she did not comply with Sulo's wishes under such circumstances. Therefore, as the crowd surged outside, Sophie stealthily shot a meaningful glance at Han Shuor. Then, regardless of whether Han Shuor had received her signal or not, Sophie secretly sighed in her heart and squeezed through the crowd to head outside. Han Shuor obviously saw Sophie's signal. Without batting an eyelid, he lowered his head and concealed the enormous energy of his consciousness. Then, he carefully concealed the energy of his entire body as well, lest Ice Celestial Corey discover this enemy whom he hated even more than the Druidic order. Having made up his mind, Han Shuor no longer stayed where he was. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, he appeared to be a little panicky and uneasy, and slowly walked out like any other ordinary person. All of a sudden, that tyrannical, murderous, unparalleled appearance of his had vanished without a trace. It was as if he had become the most ordinary fatty in the crowd. There was nothing extraordinary about him. As Han Shuor blended into the crowd, looking a little timid as he made his way outside, the female druid Lilan gazed at Han Shuor's back with a hint of disdain on her face. She thought to herself, how could such a domineering character turn into such a coward in front of the Shrine of Ice? However, Kelly, who had been paying close attention to Han Shuor, revealed an incomparably astonished expression when he first saw Han Shuor become so timid. But as Han Shuor made his way outside step by step, Kelly's face turned into a half-smile as he looked at Han Shuor with some amusement. Chapter 499. Step by step, Han Shuor walked out of the arena. His eyes seemed to inadvertently glance at Ice Celestial Corey, preparing to launch an attack. Unlike the Druidic order, Han Shuor was the kind of person who would use any means necessary to achieve his goals. Most people would never resort to such despicable acts of sneak attacks, but Han Shuor did not care about the messy rules. As long as he could inflict heavy damage on his enemy, Han Shuor would not hesitate to use any means necessary. In the battle against the Shrine of Ice, the reason Han Shuor was able to gain the upper hand, destroy the Shrine of Ice's god-making project, and kill their saint-grade experts, was all thanks to Han Shuor's unscrupulous methods. The Druidic Order and the Shrine of Ice had been fighting for many years. Not only were they completely driven out of Kossi Empire, but they also suffered heavy losses. That was all because the Druidic Order, a religious organization, was too open and aboveboard in their conduct. They did not use any sinister and cruel methods. Having concealed all of his aura, Han Shuor's physical undulations were no different from those of an ordinary person. His demonic yuan lay dormant within his demonic infant, waiting patiently. His consciousness was empty, without any sign of power. Everything about him was as ordinary as an ordinary person. Kelly, who was looking at Han Shoror with a faint smile, saw Han Shoror slowly walking towards Ice Celestial Corey. As though he had guessed Han Shoror's intentions, the corners of his mouth curved into a strange smile. As though covering for Han Shoror, he said to Corey, "So, how are you going to deal with me this time?" "Ha." Ice Celestial Corey raised his head and let out a light laugh, as though he found Kelly's question very amusing. Corey shot a meaningful glance at Snow Celestial Tiana, who was hovering above the auction house. Soon after, he looked at Kelly with a chuckle and sternly said, "Although our two sides do not have an explicit agreement, we have come to a tacit understanding many years ago. The leaders of both sides generally will not easily set foot in the center of the other's power. This time, you have secretly come to the capital of Kossi Empire." Heh! All of a sudden, Braque, who was about to leave the auction house, abruptly turned his head around and shot a glance at the seemingly simple and honest Han Shoror. Then, he opened his mouth to warn, "Ancestor, that fatty is a very dangerous character." As soon as he said those words, just as he was about to approach Ice Celestial Corey and make his move, a scarlet bloody radiance suddenly burst forth from his body like a bloody sun. The marble floor beneath Han Shoror shattered in a split second. Like an enraged hedgehog, streaks of blood-red blades emerged from his body, like the sharp spikes on the body of a hedgehog. All of a sudden, he charged towards Ice Celestial Corey. This time, the eruption happened all of a sudden. When Han Shoror's blood-red radiance flourished, Ice Celestial Corey instantly knew who he was facing. After all, Han Shoror's demonic arts were just too unique. Any powerhouse who had fought with him would never forget that unique power. Once Ice Celestial Corey knew that the sudden attacker was Han Shoror, he immediately focused all of his attention as though he was facing a formidable foe. He did not even have the time to ponder why Han Shoror would appear here. Holding a long sword in his hand, Ice Celestial Corey's brows were deeply furrowed. He was unprecedentedly solemn. Just as Han Shoror was about to collide with him, his pupils abruptly contracted and he suddenly soared into the air. Like a ferocious super-ranked magical beast, Han Shoror collided with him. Blood and chi burst forth from all over his body. His imposing manner climbed to its peak, crushing the marble floor into stone chips along the way. Strange popping sounds could be heard in the air. If this strike were to land, Han Shoror could guarantee that Ice Celestial Corey would die without a doubt. It was a pity that Han Shoror's terrifying strike, which he had been waiting for, had to be launched prematurely due to Braque's reminder. Due to the distance and timing being not optimal, Ice Celestial Corey had the time to dodge. It was no longer possible for Han Shoror to collide with Ice Celestial Corey. In a battle between top-notch experts, a small mistake could reverse the entire situation. Although Han Shoror had missed the opportunity to kill Ice Celestial Corey in one strike, because Han Shoror had caught Han Shoror by surprise this time, coupled with the fact that Ice Celestial Corey had yet to recover from his injuries, Han Shoror still had the upper hand. Han Shoror, who was ferociously colliding with Ice Celestial Corey, suddenly shot up into the air like a large rubber ball. 100 rays of swift and fierce bloody light shot out like razor-sharp blades, ruthlessly cutting at Ice Celestial Corey like several dozen large scissors, chasing after Ice Celestial Corey who was in midair. At this moment, Ice Celestial Corey had nowhere to hide. He knew that if he did not receive this attack, Han Shoror would follow up like a shadow and unleash a series of even more ferocious attacks. At that time, he would have to endure even more explosive attacks. Therefore, just as he flew up into the air, Ice Celestial Corey had already condensed all the divine energy and fighting aura in his body, and fiercely pressed down with the simplest and most straightforward style. For a moment, cold air filled every corner of the auction house. Following the brandishing of the long sword in Ice Celestial Corey's hand, crunching sounds could be heard in the air, as though space itself had been frozen solid and was being forcibly sliced apart by the long sword. Han Shoror's attack, which was violently shooting towards Ice Celestial Corey, soon sensed a change in space. He could clearly feel the impact that Ice Celestial Corey's sword had on space. His attack, which was originally cutting towards Ice Celestial Corey at lightning speed, was clearly affected in terms of speed. Scram! Right at this moment, Han Shoror let out a violent roar. Nobody knew what strange move he had used, but the snake-like bloody rays that filled the sky suddenly entangled with each other, forming the shape of a ferocious dragon. With that, the scattered forces gathered together, and the ferocious dragon's attack rumbled forward like a hot knife through butter. The crunching sounds in the air became even louder, as it ferociously collided with Ice Celestial Corey's long sword. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupted from within the auction house. The aftershocks from the exchange of blows between two demigod existences surged outwards. It was as though space itself had truly shattered. Even the entire auction house could not withstand the impact and collapsed with a loud rumble. Bra-Q, who had reached the door earlier, had blood flowing out of his mouth and nose like worms. And that was only because Sacred Knight Sulo had blocked the attack. As for the other celebrities who had yet to completely withdraw from the auction house, more than a dozen of them were instantly killed by Han Shoror and Ice Celestial Corey's attack. Some of them were completely unscathed, but their internal organs had been completely destroyed. There were also some who were blasted into pieces on the spot by the aftershocks. The might of a single strike had turned the auction house into a collapsed mine, turning it into a miserable scene akin to hell on earth. Rocks the size of millstones were smashing down from above without any regard for their lives. The few dignitaries who had not yet died were all wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves as they fled for their lives. Sacred Knight Sulo was aghast. He looked at Han Shoror as though he was looking at a demon that had crawled out of hell. Without giving any explanation, he pulled Bra-Q, who was as dumb as a wooden chicken, and dragged him out with all his might. Completely different from the conservative approach of the Druidic Order, once Han Shoror saw an opportunity, he would not care how great the losses would be. Han Shoror did not care in the slightest if some of the celebrities and dignitaries of Kossi Empire were killed in the aftermath. He would strike decisively. If he could kill, he would kill. If he couldn't, he would severely wound them. This was where Han Shoror was more frightening than the Druidic Order. Two enemies of equal strength. One of them had many misgivings in his heart, while the other was unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. One could tell at a glance which one was more frightening. With one strike, Ice Celestial Corey's body, under the powerful inertia, directly broke through the roof of the auction house and flew high into the sky. This was also an important reason for the instant collapse of the auction house. On the other hand, Han Shoror's feet were buried deep in the ground. He raised his head, brimming with fighting spirit, and stared unwaveringly at Ice Celestial Corey, who had turned into a white dot. He seemed to be accumulating power and preparing for an even more ferocious strike. He turned a blind eye to the falling rocks around him, as steady as a boulder. At this moment, Han Shoror's mediocre and honest demeanor was nowhere to be found. Although his appearance had not changed, he gave everyone a frightening feeling of sharpness like a sword. Druid Lillian, who had been looking at Han Shoror's back with some disdain, was now covering her small mouth with her hand in disbelief. She looked at Han Shoror as though she was looking at a monster, her heart filled with horror and fear. Fortunately, we did not snatch the hand of Goddess from him. Otherwise, perhaps even a sage would not be able to restrain him. This person, who is this person? How could he be so terrifying? As though he knew what Lillian was thinking, Kelly, an expert of the Druidic Order, looked at Han Shoror with a solemn expression and said, "Lancelot Empire, Brettel City Lord Brian, you indeed live up to your reputation." Brian? It's him. That young expert who defeated two sacred rank experts. Lillian cried out in surprise. It seemed that she knew a little about Han Shoror's identity. Other than the legendary city Lord Brian who possesses martial arts from a foreign land, I really can't think of anyone else. Kelly looked at Han Shoror with a solemn expression and asked, "Is that right? City Lord Brian?" At this point, Han Shoror knew that he could no longer conceal his identity. Therefore, he cleanly and efficiently restored his original appearance, and said with a hearty smile, "That's right, Sage Kelly. After I helped you, hey. That Ice Celestial Corey, this time he's going to suffer even more injuries." "Oh, thank you very much, hey." Kelly chuckled as he looked at Han Shoror. His eyes flickered as he looked at Ice Celestial Corey, who was slowly descending above his head. No one knew what he was thinking. So it really is you? Snow Celestial Tiana, who was shrouded in mist, stared coldly at Han Shoror below. Hehe, it has indeed been a long time, you whore who sold out her friend for glory. Han Shoror cursed as he stared venomously at Tiana. Chapter 500. Back in Taraja Canyon, Han Shoror, Statholm the Old Monster, Tiana, and Reynold joined forces and finally snatched a few origin crystals from the Soul Race. After that, Tiana suggested that they seek refuge in the Church of Light, only to be secretly betrayed by Tiana. If it weren't for Metal Elite Zombies or conquering Golden Cudgel, Han Shoror and Statholm might really have been imprisoned in the Church of Light. Han Shoror and Statholm the Old Monster had gone through life-and-death situations together. Statholm had even snatched back the origin crystal of water for Tiana. Furthermore, he had been friends with Tiana for many years. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be betrayed by Tiana without the slightest hesitation? This woman was so despicable and shameless that even Han Shoror found it disgusting. All along, although Han Shoror treated his enemies unscrupulously, he had always treated his friends with sincerity. Back then, Han Shoror still had some grudges with Statholm the Old Monster. At that time, he had to admit that the Old Monster was indeed loyal. Who would have thought that he would be betrayed by this woman for her own benefit? Therefore, now that he saw Tiana again, this shameless woman, Han Shoror didn't give her any face. When the druid named Lillian and some disciples of the Shrine of Ice heard Han Shoror call Tiana a whore, they simply couldn't believe that such vicious words came from Han Shoror's mouth. Generally speaking, experts who had reached a certain level of strength would have a noble title. The Profound Continent was a world that paid great attention to etiquette. Those with a certain amount of reputation would not speak so harshly and viciously when facing their mortal enemies. However, Han Shoror wasn't a person of this world. Naturally, he didn't have so many restrictions. He would curse whatever came to his mind, not giving the slightest bit of face. Han Shoror's vicious curse was even more effective than the most powerful magic incantation. This supreme expert of the Shrine of Ice, known as the Snow Celestial, was so enraged that she was trembling all over. Her face was as ugly as it could be. I will let you taste the cruelest punishments of the Shrine of Ice, slowly tormenting you to death. You heretic that shouldn't exist in this world, the miserable howls of your soul will always reverberate in my mind. Snow Celestial Tiana's eyes pierced Han Shoror like a blade. She spoke slowly in a peculiar tone, as though she was making a vow. Come, I await your punishment. Han Shoror had a look of viciousness. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He obviously didn't care about Tiana's threats. Cough, cough. At this moment, Ice Celestial Corey, who had flown through the roof, slowly descended while coughing. Corey, whose face was originally as cold as ice, now had an unhealthy paleness to his face. Evidently, he had taken a huge bite out of Han Shoror's attack just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't look like this. Hi. Han Shoror suddenly greeted Kelly of the Druidic Order. When Kelly looked at him with some astonishment, Han Shoror suggested, I'll leave Corey to you. I'll deal with that bitch. Today, the two of us will join hands and destroy the foundation of the Shrine of Ice. What do you think? Although Han Shoror didn't know how strong Kelly truly was, the fact that the Shrine of Ice had mobilized such a large force to deal with him clearly indicated that he was an extremely tyrannical character. Han Shoror originally planned to make use of the terrifying threat of the six-horned tribal king to lure the headquarters of the Shrine of Ice to deliver a devastating blow. However, looking at the current situation, if he were to join hands with Kelly, this unfathomable expert of the Druidic Order, it seemed that they wouldn't even need to wait for the six-horned tribal king to arrive. There would be hope for them to kill the two most powerful existences of the Shrine of Ice. Although Ice Celestial Corey was indeed powerful, his strength had been sharply reduced after sustaining heavy injuries. Han Shoror believed that Kelly, this unfathomable expert, would certainly be able to kill or block Ice Celestial Corey. As for this Snow Celestial Tiana, although she was a demigod magus, Han Shoror was equally confident that he could defeat or even kill her. As for the other small fries of the Shrine of Ice, Han Shoror, as a Grand Magus necromancer, could absolutely drown them with the help of the 5 elite zombies and the enormous undead army. That was why Han Shoror made such a proposal. Under Han Shoror's attentive gaze, the eyes of Kelly, the leader of the Druidic Order, flickered. He seemed to be very tempted by Han Shoror's proposal. This great sage who had lived for God knows how many years was obviously no ordinary person. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The many years of grievances between them and the Shrine of Ice had been placed on him for a long time. It was time to settle the score. All right. After muttering to himself for a moment, Kelly, the great sage of the Druidic Order, suddenly nodded. As soon as the word all right left Kelly's mouth, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Along with his aura, his body also skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, the great sage Kelly had transformed into a 12 meters tall giant ape, bursting through the auction house that had yet to completely collapse. An extremely dense and dreadful energy abruptly erupted from this giant ape. It was as though he was a mighty deity that had existed since time immemorial, bringing with him the imposing manner of a monarch descending upon the world. The shape-shifting technique that only druids of the Druidic Order could master was indeed incomparably miraculous. Kelly, who had suddenly transformed into a giant ape, no longer had the slightest trace of an old man. The appearance of such an earth-shattering war beast cast a psychological shadow on everyone present. Although the Druidic Order wasn't as powerful as the Church of Light or the Calamity Church on Profound Continent, they still couldn't be underestimated. Looking at Kelly's dreadful might, Han Shoror even wondered if the Druidic Order had lost the title of number 1 religion on the continent to the Church of Light because they advocated peace and nature. Oh, after transforming into a giant ape, Han Shoror could no longer associate him with that old man past his prime. He pounded his chest and bellowed furiously. His 2 mountain-sized hands abruptly swatted at the disciples of the Church of Ice clad in white. The whistling sound of the wind sent sand and pebbles flying. Before the dreadful force had even landed, the whistling wind had already caused pain to the skin and flesh. If this blow had landed, no one would have been able to withstand it and would have been reduced to a meat patty. Run away. Ice Celestial Corey abruptly jumped up and yelled. Not caring about the uneven air around him, he raised the longsword in his hand and charged at Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape. It seemed that he intended to fight to the death with Kelly. An enormous, sparkling and translucent icicle suddenly wrapped around Ice Celestial Corey. Hiding within the icicle, Ice Celestial Corey charged straight at Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape. Good timing. Let me see if you have really made any progress after so many years. Although Kelly had transformed into a giant ape, he could still speak human language. It was just that his voice boomed like thunder and his imposing manner was first class. Clang. One of the giant palms that Kelly had swatted down split off and pushed towards Ice Celestial Corey. Under the barrage of Kelly's mountain-sized palm, that extremely sharp icicle was shattered in a split second. In the end, the wind from the palm swept across Ice Celestial Corey's body, causing him to lose his footing and nearly be sent flying. Outside the auction house, the Knights of the Shrine of Ice were fully armed and ready to charge in at any moment. Suddenly, they saw a colossal figure directly tearing through the auction house and exposing itself. It was Kelly's other palm that struck towards them. With just a single palm strike, more than a dozen Earth Knights, together with their warhorses, were directly smashed into meat patties. Kelly's palm strike was immensely powerful. The bodies of these people were even glued to the ground. It was as though they had been crushed by a mountain. They were flat and tidy, with not the slightest bit of uneven ground. So strong. Han Shoror was stunned and immediately cried out in surprise. He had to admit that this Kelly who had transformed into a giant ape was simply terrifying to the extreme. Han Shoror had never seen such a ferocious attack before. This was what it meant to be invincible. His brute force was first class. Of course. Back then, the great sage Kelly had to face both the Ice Celestial and the Snow Celestial by himself before he was defeated. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that our Druidic Order only has one demigod existence, how could we have allowed the Ice Celestial cult to run amok in Kossi Empire last time? At some point, The druid Lillian had actually arrived at Han Shor's side and proudly shouted, "One man against 2 ice celestials and snow celestials." Han Shor was truly a little shocked. It seemed that although they were all demigods, this leader of the druidic order was obviously stronger than ice celestial Cori and snow celestial Tiana. It was no wonder that when Kelly appeared in Kossi Empire this time, the ice celestial and snow celestial immediately mobilized. However, it was obvious that snow celestial Tiana had fused her origin crystal with her soul. Han Shor could clearly sense that Tiana's strength had greatly improved. If it weren't for the fact that Han Shor happened to be in the auction house, Kelly would have had a hard time dealing with 2 demigods all by himself. Now that Han Shor was here, he naturally wouldn't let the Shrine of Ice get what they wanted. Seeing that snow celestial Tiana had started chanting magical incantations in a panic, Han Shor suddenly laughed wildly and said, "You bitch, don't you forget about me. My young friend, as long as you can hold Tiana back for 10 minutes, after today, the ice celestial cult will no longer be a threat." Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, let out a hearty laugh that shook the heavens. All the spears and lances of the knights landed on his body like tickling tickles. He took large strides and circled around the devastated auction house. He repeatedly slapped with his 2 hands. A squadron of knights from the Shrine of Ice were all smashed into meat patties. "No problem at all," Han Shor straightforwardly assured. He then charged towards snow celestial Tiana at lightning speed. Chapter 501. Tiana slowly recited a water magic incantation. All of a sudden, snowflakes fluttered, the world froze, and all things froze. The more powerful the magic, the longer the incantation. This was a universally acknowledged truth in the world of magic. Seeing snow celestial Tiana's incantation drag on for such a long time, and the entire space slowly turning into a world of ice and snow, Han Shor knew that Tiana's incantation was extraordinarily powerful. Unlike dealing with ice celestial Cori, Han Shor only needed to approach Tiana as fast as he could. Once Han Shor got close, she would be skinned alive, if not dead. Mags were mags, after all. The weakness of the physical body was an unchangeable drawback. The cold wind whistled, and the water element between heaven and earth suddenly condensed. Before Han Shor could approach Tiana, 5 lifelike, sparkling water dragons, more than 10 meters long, suddenly took shape in the sky. Using water magic to condense into physical objects to attack was a spell that could be released by any water journeyman mage. But to condense water dragons that were as lifelike as Tiana, and 5 of them at once, was absolutely unheard of. As a necromancer, Han Shor was very clear about the general knowledge of magic. Whether it was water, fire, or earth magic, all could use the elements of water, fire, or earth to condense into physical objects. But the larger the object, the greater the elemental energy required, and the harder it was to manipulate. Last time in Tarag Canyon, if Tiana had been able to condense 5 such enormous water dragons, Han Shor believed that he and Statholm the old monster would have had a much easier time. It seemed that after fusing her soul with the origin crystal of water, Tiana's strength had indeed greatly improved. Once her soul had fused with the origin crystal of water, Tiana's perception and manipulation of the water element had immediately reached a whole new realm. Not only could she condense 5 lifelike dragons, but she could also use the water dragons to attack with the strength of her soul. Such power was not much inferior to Kelly's form as a giant ape. Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, cried out in surprise when 3 of the water dragons, each more than 10 meters long, surged violently in the frigid wind. "Tiana, since when did you possess such great power?" While Kelly was crying out in alarm, his 2 hands weren't idle. Having just forced ice celestial Cori back, Kelly's mountainous palms suddenly swept towards the 3 water dragons. Kelly was also over 10 meters tall, and he was like a colossus that stood in the sky. Although the 3 water dragons were long enough, because they were slithering and their bodies were not wide enough, they looked like 3 large pythons in front of him. However, the 3 water dragons were indeed incomparably nimble under Tiana's control. Tiana clearly understood that Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, possessed astonishing brute strength. She did not dare to directly use the 3 water dragons to meet force with force. Instead, she circled around Kelly in an extremely methodical manner, coordinating with Ice Celestial Corey to deal with Kelly. However, Tiana had also expended all of her energy in this process. Furthermore, there was also Han Shoror, who was charging at her like a tiger watching its prey. She had absolutely no leisure time to reply. Tiana condensed a total of 5 water dragons. 3 of them were used to attack Kelly, while the other 2 split off and headed straight for Han Shoror to wrap around and bite him. Tiana seemed to understand that Han Shoror was extremely fast. When the 2 water dragons attacked Han Shoror from her side, they adopted an entrenched position, with the greater half of their bodies surrounding Tiana. They only used their elongated movements to attack Han Shoror, blocking Han Shoror's path to deal with Tiana. Although the water dragons formed from the condensation of the water element weren't real water dragons, their vivid and lifelike state was even more nimble than a real water dragon. There wasn't the slightest trace of stiffness or sluggishness. To be able to condense the elements into a tangible object, and to be able to achieve such a feat with a tangible object, was simply godly. It seemed that after fusing her soul with the origin crystal of water, Tiana's manipulation of the water element had indeed reached the acme of perfection. Han Shoror watched as Tiana used only 2 water dragons to block off all the paths to approach him. Hiding within the protection of the 2 water dragons, she continued to calmly chant other magical incantations. Han Shoror couldn't help but crease his brows. In his mind, he racked his brains for a way to deal with Tiana. If the water elite zombie had completely digested all the energy he'd absorbed from the ice goddess statue, Han Shoror believed that as long as the water elite zombie stood there, he would be able to completely disintegrate the 5 water dragons with his innate talent of instinct. However, just like Little Skull, water elite zombie was at a critical juncture and must not be disturbed. You want to trap me with just a few water dragons? Han Shoror suddenly snorted coldly. Soon after, he formed a circle with his hands and began to circle in the air as if he was practicing Tai Kai. Streaks of black lightning shot out from Han Shoror's hands. All of a sudden, a small vortex formed in front of Han Shoror's chest as his hands rotated. A frightening devouring force was suddenly generated. The small vortex seemed to be driving some strange energy between heaven and earth. It grew larger and larger, gradually turning into an incomparably frightening grey vortex. Han Shoror continued to pour energy into the vortex. The all-devouring power of demonic arts fully manifested within the enormous vortex. In a split second, all the cold currents in the air were drawn in by this frightening force, and were all forcibly pulled in by the vortex. Although the sky was originally cold and clear, it suddenly changed. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and the sky darkened. The enormous vortex was like a magical beast that had been hiding in the abyss for millions of years. It opened its enormous mouth, as if it wanted to devour the entire world. The earth was a vast expanse, as if there was no power that could stop this frightening devouring force. The air, the cold currents, the towering stone pillars, everything was drawn in by this force, involuntarily and rapidly falling into the vortex. Even the bodies of the squadron of knights that Kelly had pushed into the ground were forcibly pulled out. Together with their armor, weapons, and warhorses, they flew from the ground into the sky, involuntarily falling into the enormous vortex. The larger the object, the greater the suction force. The 5 separated water dragons were similarly drawn in by this force. They could no longer maintain their nimble bodies and were pulled out of their original positions, falling into the enormous vortex high up in the sky. At this point, even Tiana, who had fused her soul with the origin crystal of water, could no longer control the 5 water dragons. She could only watch helplessly as the water dragons flew into the enormous vortex at the center, but there was nothing she could do. As soon as she tried to use her mental strength to control the water dragons, she felt an unshakable force rushing towards her. She nearly lost control of her body and fell into the vortex as well. Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, stood proudly in the vault of heaven, swaying from side to side. He suddenly let out a howl and stomped his feet down like a golden cudgel. His hairy thighs pierced directly into the ground, like a towering ancient tree that had stood tall for millions of years. No matter how sand, stones, wind, or rain, he would not fall. One had to admit that Kelly's strength was indeed formidable. All of the large objects had been sucked into the whirlpool. Only this incomparably large Kelly was able to remain unaffected by the whirlpool with his feet sinking deep into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire scene had descended into chaos. Fortunately, the Shrine of Ice had cleared away everyone in the vicinity before coming over. Therefore, other than the disciples of the Shrine of Ice who had come to encircle Kelly, there were no other casualties. Amidst the howling gales, Hanshaw suddenly stopped and put his palms together. A devastating explosion suddenly came from that enormous vortex. Ice water mixed with rocks, dust, and human corpses rained down. It was at this moment that Hanshaw suddenly burst into action, charging straight at Snow Celestial Tiana like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of his hands, the demonic blades unfurled like a peacock spreading its tail. Cold, chilling light sparkled, bringing a shock to the depths of one's soul. Not good. Tiana was greatly shocked. Without a second thought, she immediately retreated. As a magus, Tiana was well aware of where her weaknesses were. Once Hanshaw got close, Tiana knew that she would not be able to escape from Hanshaw's murderous hands. Therefore, she fled from Hanshaw's attack at all costs. In the process of escaping, Tiana constantly laid down layers of defense. Smooth, sparkling walls of ice appeared out of thin air, blocking Hanshaw's only path. Crack, crack, crack. The smooth, mirror-like walls of ice could not withstand a single attack from Hanshaw. They were broken apart as easily as crushing dry weeds. Hanshaw persevered in his pursuit of Tiana, not letting up in the slightest. Retreat. Tiana did not forget to remind them as she fled. The Shrine of Ice experts, led by Ice Celestial Corey and Snow Celestial Tiana, had utterly failed in their joint attack on Kelly, the leader of the Druidic Order, due to Hanshaw's sudden appearance. Not only had they failed completely, but their roles had also changed. Kelly, who was originally the prey, had, with Hanshaw's help, overturned his disadvantageous position in one fell swoop and became the hunter, and as the host, Ice Celestial Corey of the Shrine of Ice, had instead become the target of pursuit. They were both demigods, and Kelly's strength was higher than that of Ice Celestial Corey and Snow Celestial Tiana. It was obviously very difficult for him to fight one against two. However, with the greater threat of Hanshaw chasing after Tiana, Kelly could deal with Ice Celestial Corey alone, especially when Corey was injured by Hanshaw. This gave him an absolute advantage. The collapse came so suddenly. The situation changed drastically in an instant. Hanshaw and Kelly, each with their eyes on the highest leaders of the Shrine of Ice, began their pursuit within the borders of Kossi Empire. Chapter 502. Tiana made up her mind. Without the slightest hesitation, she retreated at top speed. Hanshaw and his party fought in the capital city of Kossi Empire. Although the crowd around the auction house had been evacuated, there were still all kinds of stalls in several blocks further away. When Kelly had transformed into the colossal ape, his enormous body had been clearly seen by the many small merchants and peddlers around him. Later on, when Tiana had conjured 5 water dragons, their vast momentum had thoroughly frightened them. For a time, it had caused a huge panic in the downtown area. Several nearby armies of Kossi Empire immediately rushed towards the center of the city, ready to set out. While Tiana was retreating, she saw a brigade of knights from Kossi Empire heading towards them in full armor. She hastily flew towards them. The Shrine of Ice held an extremely special status in Kossi Empire. The importance His Majesty the King attached to the Shrine of Ice was well known throughout the nation. Seeing Tiana rapidly retreating to the brigade of knights, Hanshaw's body immediately halted midway. After Snow Celestial Tiana's soul had successfully fused with the origin crystal of water, her strength had increased substantially from her original foundation. Now that Tiana had retreated to the brigade of knights, it was almost impossible for Hanshaw to kill her. Her strength was originally about the same as Hanshaw's. As long as Hanshaw couldn't suddenly approach her, Han Shor indeed wouldn't be able to inflict serious damage on her. At this moment, due to the panicked retreat of the Shrine of Ice, Snow Celestial Tiana and Ice Celestial Corey's party were separated by a large distance. Not far away, Ice Celestial Corey was leading a group of Shrine of Ice disciples, retreating towards the magical transportation matrix at the center of Siro City. Kelly, in the form of a giant ape, was hot on Ice Celestial Corey's tail. However, Corey was extremely cunning. He simply shuttled back and forth between those fleeing merchants and peddlers. Kelly, who believed in the teachings of the Druidic order, couldn't bear to involve those innocent merchants and peddlers. Although he had the opportunity to strike, he held back due to his scruples. At this rate, neither Han Shor nor Kelly seemed to have any way of succeeding. Han Shor froze in the void for a moment, then promptly made a decision to turn around. He no longer cared about Tiana, who was hiding in the middle of a night battalion with lingering fear, and chased after the craftily escaping Ice Celestial Corey. As long as Tiana couldn't make it in time, Han Shor and Kelly could join forces to deal with Ice Celestial Corey alone. Given his wounded body, it was absolutely impossible for him to hold out for too long. Han Shor was confident that he could kill him in a short time. Kelly could not bear to involve the innocent, and could only watch helplessly as such a great opportunity slipped away from him. However, Han Shor naturally would not be so indecisive. Once he allowed Han Shor to get close to Ice Celestial Corey, regardless of who was beside him, Han Shor would strike ruthlessly. Tiana gasped for breath as she floated in midair with her magic staff in hand. Her eyes were glistening as she stared at Han Shor, ready to deal with Han Shor's thunderous attacks in an instant. Tiana felt a lot safer in the middle of the night battalion. As long as she could put some distance between Han Shor and her, Tiana believed that her magic would definitely be able to finish off Han Shor. After her soul had fused with the origin crystal, she discovered that every water magic she released was so carefree and unrestrained. Apart from some water magic that was extremely destructive and consumed a lot of mental strength, Tiana didn't even need to chant incantations for some mid to high-level water magic. With a single thought, the magic would be completed. When she was escaping just now, Tiana had used the silent casting method to instantly deploy layers of ice walls to slow down Han Shor's high speed. After feeling that her strength had greatly improved, she was obviously full of confidence. However, just as she was focusing all her attention on Han Shor and had made all her preparations, she suddenly discovered that Han Shor was retreating like lightning. Tiana was stunned at first, thinking that Han Shor was playing some crafty scheme. It was only when Han Shor and Ice Celestial Corey were getting closer and closer that she came to her senses with a start. She knew that Han Shor was planning to concentrate his forces and finish off Ice Celestial Corey first. Oh no! Tiana was greatly alarmed. She hastily said, "Attack with all your might. Kill that enemy demon at all cost." Yes. An earth-shattering response rang out. Under Tiana's command, the Night Battalion immediately charged towards the colossal ape. Tiana took the lead. Like a white ribbon, she recklessly chased after Han Shor's flight path. "Let's join hands and finish off Corey first." Han Shor's voice suddenly rang out just as Kelly was hot on Ice Celestial Corey's tail without making a move. "No, there are too many innocent people around him. We can't make a move here." Kelly was first startled when he saw Han Shor approaching, but immediately stopped him. Han Shor cursed inwardly. He thought to himself, this Kelly is really pedantic. No wonder he suffered a crushing defeat in Kossi Empire back then. Based on his style of doing things, it would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate his enemies. Han Shor inwardly cursed at Kelly's pedantry. He couldn't care less whether or not he would harm the innocent. Besides, these innocent people weren't citizens of Brettel City. He couldn't care less. Before he even got close to Ice Celestial Corey, Han Shor had already flung out a bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts. As soon as Ice Celestial Corey heard Han Shor's voice, he immediately knew things weren't looking good. He understood that Han Shor and Kelly were entirely different types. Therefore, when Han Shor's voice rang out, he no longer dared to hide among the crowd. He abruptly soared into the air and flew outwards. Under Han Shoror's control, the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts closely followed Ice Celestial Kori. If Kori hadn't immediately flown out, then all the merchants around him would have been affected and died under the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts. As expected, it's this god of death. Ice Celestial Kori felt an incomparable headache. The unscrupulous Han Shoror was obviously much more difficult to deal with than Kelly. Ice Celestial Kori, who was already injured to begin with, had just been struck by Han Shoror. Without Tiana's help, if he were to face either Han Shoror or Kelly alone, he would definitely lose. Now that the two of them were ganging up on him, he had even less of a chance. Clang! While fleeing, Ice Celestial Kori had no choice but to pull himself out to block a sword strike. Icicles rained down from the sky, and Han Shoror's bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was broken by Ice Celestial Kori in one strike. Han Shoror let out a soft "eh?" While closely pursuing Ice Celestial Kori, he was somewhat astonished. As it turned out, when Ice Celestial Kori broke Han Shoror's bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts, he had deliberately expended a bit more energy to forcibly destroy the shooting force, so as not to bring disaster to the merchants and peddlers below. As soon as he connected this with Kori's sudden action of flying out from the crowd, Han Shoror suddenly realized that Ice Celestial Kori wasn't completely useless. Although he was extremely callous and merciless towards his enemies and the Dark Dragons, he was still very protective towards the people of his own country. Unlike what Han Shoror had imagined, he didn't care about the civilians of Kossi Empire at all. Previously, when Kelly was hot on his heels, Han Shoror had hidden himself among the civilians. He had grasped Kelly's intentions and knew that Kelly would never attack civilians. That was why he had blatantly taken advantage of Kelly's weakness and calmly escaped. At least you still have some humanity left in you, thought Han Shoror coldly. He did not stop in the slightest. At this moment, he was already very close to Ice Celestial Kori. As he chanted an incantation, rows of bone spears whooshed towards Ice Celestial Kori. Due to the delay caused by the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts, Ice Celestial Kori was already within Han Shoror's attack range. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kelly, who had transformed into a giant ape, finally arrived at Han Shoror's side after carefully avoiding the civilians below his feet. "Don't give him any time," Han Shoror immediately shouted after the bone spears were shot out in rows. Generally speaking, experts whose strength had reached the demigod level were bound to have a way to preserve their lives. At the very least, they would surely have a spatial scroll that could tear apart space. This was the precious experience Han Shoror had accumulated after many years of battles. Therefore, when he saw that his side now occupied an overwhelming advantage, Han Shoror believed that Ice Celestial Kori would certainly resort to extraordinary measures. At this moment, he absolutely could not allow Kori to escape so easily. Otherwise, all his previous efforts today would be in vain. Han Shoror's loud shout immediately reminded Kelly of this point. After all, the Druidic Order was not a church that was ruthless and exterminating. As the leader of the Druidic Order, Kelly did not have a heart as ruthless as Han Shoror. But after Han Shoror's loud shout, Kelly immediately reacted. Suddenly, the scene of the Druidic Order's followers being brutally murdered by the Shrine of Ice in Kossi Empire many years ago surfaced in Kelly's mind. Whenever he recalled Kori's merciless and cruel treatment of his enemies, Kelly knew that if Kori did not die today, the Druidic Order would certainly pay an enormous price. Roar! Kelly bellowed at the sky. He took a huge step forward and blocked off Kori's only escape route. No one knew what Kelly had done, but following his heaven-shaking bellow, layers of ripples appeared in the sky. The elements of heaven and earth were suddenly thrown into chaos. It was as though the sky had suddenly collapsed. After Kelly's bellow, Ice Celestial Kori sensed the changes in the sky and immediately understood that the spatial scroll was useless. When he saw Kelly blocking off his escape route and Han Shoror recklessly charging at him, Kori's face turned ashen. He knew that his life had come to an end today. Not good. Kelly suddenly yelled, turning pale with fright. When Han Shoror, who had already reached Ice Celestial Kori, heard Kelly's loud shout and saw the enormous Kelly rapidly retreating, he suddenly understood something. Like Han Shoror, he reined in his horse at the brink of the precipice and abruptly froze on the spot. A dazzling radiance, mixed with terrifying energy, erupted from Ice Celestial Cory's body, causing destructive energy undulations within a range of 10 meters. Cracks that resembled the pattern of a turtle's shell appeared in the space. When Ice Celestial Cory was reduced to ashes, the cracks instantly sucked in everything. Under the relentless pursuit of Han Shoror and Kelly, Ice Celestial Cory was forced to his death. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.